Morning, guys.
That will be here.
Welcome. Who came to the dinner last night? All right. Yeah, it was good. We got a lot of people. So we want to thank our sponsors again, which are LRA, Liability Insurance, and Bank Valuation. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all being here. I hope you guys get some really awesome information. We have several people for presentations today with all different ways that you can hopefully get into the industry. We're trying to come up with different ideas because we know how difficult it can be to find a sponsor and get somebody in here, a supervisor. So we have, I think, 5 people talking about different things. So, and then we finish up with Josh, and he will be doing the information on your work files, stuff that you and your supervisor need to know to keep you out of trouble. So here's our first presenter. The microphone.
Sure.
All right, everybody say hi, Kevin.
It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Kevin Hayes. I'm the Deputy of Appraisals with the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office in Clearwater, St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been in that capacity now for almost 13 years. And you're going to hear from Pete Fontana from Montana in a little while. You can't make that stuff up, right? Pete kind of, I worked in the private sector as a fee appraiser for almost 27 years before I took my current job. So I've done both single property appraisal and mass appraisal. So that's my perspective. I've worked for some big national appraisal companies and some regional type appraisal companies. And I've hired a lot of trainee appraisers. I'm still hiring a lot of trainee appraisers in my capacity. Okay, so that's why I'm here, because I'm going to talk to you about it. It's a sector, frankly, a lot of times you probably forget about. So many of us get caught in our ways. I'm much like Jeff. I grew up in the appraisal business. My dad was a real estate appraiser for over 50 years. He had done a lot of expert witness testimony with eminent domain work and things like that, general litigation. That's what I literally grew up with that. And ironically, both of my brothers are appraisers. But I was joking with Pete earlier today. All 3 of my kids, not one of them are appraisers. So it's going to stop with me. And so there, but this is an area that, again, we want to kind of show it to you, because think about all over the country, because it really doesn't matter what state you come from. You probably have assessors either at the county level, in the Northeast, down to the city level. I know a lot of those folks because I teach a lot for the International Association of Assessing Officers and also for the Appraisal Institute. So I see it all over the country. And so, the biggest thing about mass appraisal, and I wanted to kind of walk you through that. How many of you guys are really familiar with mass appraisal? Okay, well, good, that's great. And because I've actually written a workshop, we actually did it for the Appraisal Institute a couple of years ago, because a lot of people don't understand what we do. They don't. They just think we take a dartboard and throw darts and come up with numbers. Am I wrong? You've probably heard that before, right? But that's not true. In fact, and I'll talk a little bit about the task force that I'm on with Pete, and he's going to talk about the task force that he's on with the Board of Trustees, because and this is important to you all that are trainees, because if you want to get a state certified residential or a licensed residential or a state certified general license, if you did decide to go to work for an assessor, you would probably like to be able to have that opportunity to get that license, right? Well, I can tell you unequivocally, because we've been working on this task force now for about 1.5 years, there's a lot of states that have what are called overlays, where they go above those minimum AQB requirements when it comes to looking at your math appraisal experience and giving you that credit towards that credential. We've seen this as a problem for a number of years now. And that's what we're trying to basically remove, those barriers, because we feel like, math appraisal is appraisal work. You're going through the appraisal process. You're doing a lot of the same things. The biggest difference is, instead of doing typically one appraisal at a time, you may be appraising thousands of properties. So you're going to be using a lot of statistical tools that single property appraisers don't really use. But I will tell you, if you have that skill set, you are desirable today. And that's probably an understatement, right? Because that's where our industry is going. Being able to analyze big data And you're gonna get that, because I can tell you in my office, I work for my elected assessor in my county. I've actually known Mike for probably 30 years. And so we both came from the private sector. I can tell you that a lot of my staff came from the private sector. As we stand here today, I would tell Pete, I have 4 offices in a very tiny county, but we have almost 1 million people. I have about 120 employees, a total of about 40 appraisers. I have 12 state certified residential appraisers working for us and 10 state certified general appraisers working for us. So we are very pro education. We allow our folks to go after certifications, designations, and we support them in that cause. And the biggest single thing, again, because I've hired so many trainees, I think I have probably 7 trainee appraisers in my office right now as well. The big difference is it's stability. Okay, you're going to get a paycheck every 2 weeks. And I can tell you, having just done our budgets a few months ago, which our fiscal year starts October 1, and this is just my office, but in my office, the benefits are worth about 45% of the salary.
Big
So
deal.
yeah, it's a huge deal because again, having run my own company and having worked in smaller businesses, it's very expensive to fund 401ks and health insurance, which is huge. So it's something to think about. I want to give that, kind of throw it out there to you. And certainly after we're finished talking today, I'm going to be here. So if I can answer any specific questions, I'm glad to do it. I know appraisers and assessors literally all over the country. Because I have been, like I said, I get the opportunity to teach a fair amount, both online. Usually when I teach online, I literally will have students from all 4 time zones. From Canada, I've had them from Hawaii to California, Texas, all the way across. So I get a chance to talk to assessor, and the main assessors. I do their CE every year. Same thing in Wyoming. So I get around the country, so I get to hear a lot about what's going on in this industry, in both industries, because a lot of my peers, folks I used to work with, are still in the private sector. So we get a little bit of both, and I'm always glad to help answer any of those questions about the differences between the two, because it really comes down to opportunities. Because one thing I can tell you is that it's changed, and I know I've talked a lot about this. Is that old supervisor trainee type arrangement? I frankly think it doesn't work anymore. I'm sure many of you have had difficulty trying to find somebody you train. Yeah, I mean I hear it all the time. And then the other side of that, I just interviewed a guy about a month ago. Loved him. He was an Army veteran. He was a trainee appraiser in Florida. Had done all of the hours that he needed for a state certified residential credential. And when my interview team was talking to him, we were like, all you got to do now is just sit for your exam. And you know what he told me? He said, Kevin, to be honest with you, my training has been so bad, I'm not ready to take the test. So that's the other side of it is that your training is only going to be as good as your supervisor. And Jeff and Pete and I have been in this industry almost 40 years now for me, and I've seen a lot of bad appraisers out there. Is that a fair statement? Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of really good ones too, but the really good ones are usually really busy. Right? And it's hard for them to find time to try to take you on, because I can tell you that when you're training an appraiser, as the boss, if you will, you're going to lose a lot of money off of them for a while. And so it's a huge investment in you. And then the reason so many of them don't want to do it is a lot of times they train you, you get up to speed, and now you're finally producing at a level where you might be making their money, and what happens? You leave. And this happens, many times. And so that's not a knock on any of you all, by the way, but that's just the way it is. So I think that over time, it's made it difficult for you all to get those opportunities. And I see it, like I said, all the time. So we're going to I want to talk a little bit about I'm the current chair of the Master Appraisal Experience Task Force for IAAO. If you're not familiar with IAAO, it's the International Association of Assessing Officers. They are the educator and the worldwide organization when it comes to master appraisal. They're headquartered in Kansas City. And again, for jobs nationwide, you can go right on their IAAO.org website, and there's tons of career opportunities right there on their website. Also, in the individual states, I'm the immediate president of the Florida chapter of IAAO, which used to be the biggest chapter in the country, but it's not anymore. We've been bypassed, I believe, by Texas and North Carolina now. But where I'm going with that, again, depending on what state you are, if you have a statewide IAAO chapter, they probably have jobs on their websites as well, because I know we post them on our website all the time. Florida is a very active math appraisal state. Every one of our counties, with the 67 counties in Florida, every one of them has an elected property appraiser. So they're, and what happens is we kind of go through cycles. Since I've been there, I've hired probably 70 people in the course of 13 years. So, you know, we cycle through. A lot of them stay there for 35, 40 years. And then what do? They all retire at the same time. And then we have to reset. And then a lot of times with the younger folks, they come in and, you know, I have 3 children of my own that are adults now, but, you know, a lot of the younger folks, sometimes it's hard to keep. After 2 to 3 years, they get different opportunities and they leave. So we have some of that cycle too. But again, consider math appraisal. I think it can be a lot of fun. If you like statistical modeling, you can segue into doing a lot of that, because that's what we have to do to get our jobs done. Because to put it in perspective, in our county, which again geographically is the second smallest county in Florida, we've broken down our county into about 20 different residential areas, and our average area has about 12,000 parcels. So you, as the residential appraiser, if I hired you to cover that area, you're going to basically be responsible for 12,000 parcels, value them every year as of January 1. So it's a big job. It's a very important job, because what we do, we put values on it for what? For tax purposes. And so, but we have great resources available to us. Pete and I were fortunate enough to attend the IAAO International Conference in Orlando at Disney World last week. 1,700 people there from all over the world. I think there was 10 countries represented there. And, you know, they put on a great conference, by the way. Have any of y'all ever attended an IAAO conference? You know, they put on a great conference. And like I said, it's a good opportunity to get to meet a lot of those folks that do this job every day. Yes?
How do you spell it?
It's IAAO.org. Yeah, it's International Association of Assessing Officers.
Did you say?
Yeah, that's that. IAAO.
Oh,
Double A. So IAAO. Yeah. Hey, we're in the acronym business, right? Yeah. But check it out. Yeah, there, like I said, there's public career opportunities right there on their website. Yes.
Yes, sorry, forgive my ignorance. When you're doing math appraisal, do you have to be at least certified for that?
That's a great question. In most states, no. And when Pete comes up here and talks about credential, I'll separate this, because, and I'm going to use Florida as an example, because most states have something like this. So if say you were a trainee appraiser and I hired you to work for the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's office, you would not have to be certified. However, in most states, there's going to be some sort of an oversight agency on the property appraiser's offices. In Florida, that happens to be the Department of Revenue, and they actually have a property tax and oversight division, and that's who we answer to. So what you would do if you work for me is, for 2 years, you have to work in our office for 2 years in mass appraisal, and during that time frame, you would be required to take 4 IAAO classes. And again, we would pay for that. You would take the classes, and once you did that and you worked in an office for 2 years, you get an actual certification or a designation from the state for the Department of Revenue. Now that is separate from what Pete and I are talking about when we're talking about certified residential credentials or certified general credentials. 2 separate things. A lot of states, much like Florida, have like a separate division that does like a designation of sorts for mass appraisal specifically. Like Kansas is one that does. I think, aren't you in Kansas? No. Oklahoma. Does Oklahoma have something like that? Do you know? I can't remember. I think they do. Most of them do. So that's 2 separate things. But again, you working in that capacity in our office today, I can tell you that's why, in fact, Pete and I actually met with the members of the Florida Real Estate Appraisal Board in Orlando last week, because much like a lot of the states that we're visiting, we're trying to get them to change what they're doing now as far as accepting that math appraisal credit. Because again, that would be important to you, right? If you wanted to get that credential. And we feel like if that's does everybody want to do that? No. But if it was, yeah, in this room, yeah, maybe. I can tell you that a lot of my staff does too, which is why we've been pushing forward for it. I mean, I got my credential. I was in the business in 1986, which was before they even had state certification. Back when I got into business, all you had to have was a broker's license or a salesman's license, and you were an appraiser. Now, if you were a member of the Appraisal Institute or IAAO or any of the appraisal organizations that were all founding members of the Appraisal Foundation, you had ethics and standard, right? But if you weren't a member of any of those organizations, it was literally the wild, wild west, which is kind of how we got where we are today. Is that fair? Yeah, that's how we got here, because people were doing a lot of very unethical things. And you know, you had the savings and loans bailouts, you all taking USPAP, you know what I'm talking about. That's kind of how we got here today. But no, again, we're working very hard, and we're finally getting some traction. You know, we've got representative of the AQB here. You know, we've got concepts papers out there right now. Things are changing, folks. We've been seeing declining appraiser numbers now for many years. It's been, you know, I jokingly in front of the free app said, you know, we're an aging industry. I mean, what's the average age? 57. Yeah. Now think about that. That's the average. So what that means for folks is that, again, there's going to be huge opportunities for you in this industry going forward. There is. Because there's not enough of us. And another scary statistic, and this one's kind of one of those that we don't really know for sure, but with the new UAD 3.6 coming out and being full effect next year, they're anticipating another 15–20% of residential appraisers are probably going to get out of the business as a result of the new technology, because they're just not going to get up to speed with it. So again, I think that opens up huge opportunities for new folks in this industry. I really do. Okay. And another big thing about property appraisers specifically, or assessor's offices specifically, and I know we talked to Free Ab about this, you know, we are a very diverse, well, assessor's offices tend to be much more diverse than the private sector as a whole. And so we feel like, again, that's another opportunity because there's been such a big push. PAREA, and a couple of things I'll throw out to you just to kind of look at some of the successes of some of the alternative things out there. And all these have come about because of folks just like you that couldn't find people to supervise you. So now you have PAREA out there, which as of right now, the Appraisal Institute is the only one that has one that's been approved. But PAREA, and I know Scott DiBiase's here, so far, 100% pass rate so far for every single person that's come through that program. And that's staggering when the nationwide average test score is 62% pass rate. And I'll give you another statistic. When we talk about giving assessors the opportunity to get their credentials with mass appraisal, Colorado was one of the states that jumped on board with these changes. And the first 16 people that came through with mass appraisal experience exclusively, 100% of them passed the exam as well. So and this has given us great ammo, frankly, when we're talking to these other boards, because we're outperforming what your old models do. Okay, and because numbers don't lie, right? And Pete can appreciate that because he's an accounting major. So the numbers don't lie. So I think it helps us a great deal because we're having these successes already. We have on our IAAO task force, I have a young man who just became an IAAO instructor. He's a commercial manager in Virginia, and he actually got his state certified general license in Virginia with 100% mass appraisal experience. So, and Justin's sharp. And so we're starting to see the results. We're starting to show, because a lot of it is protectionism. You know, a lot of the old guard and a lot of the state boards, it was a way for them to basically control competition. That's just my opinion, but, Pete, we've talked a lot about that, so,
Okay, so your guy who just got his general
yes.
after having this background, how did he see general? 100%.
Well, again, every state's different. Yeah, they're all different. Because your state may not do it like that, but he was able to get it. Just like, and I'll use, again, I don't want to steal his thunder, but Montana, Pete has a really good program in Montana, and he actually serves as the chair of the Montana Real Estate Appraisal Board. And in Montana, what they do is you submit a log with 100% mass appraisal experience on there, well over the number of hours you may need for that credential, but they require you to write 2 standard 1 and 2 USPAP compliant reports, which are reviewed. And if those are acceptable, then you get your credit. And Colorado is doing the same thing, by the way. And that's what we are pitching or proposing to Florida as well. Because what you will find, the boards are very, again, because they don't understand mass appraisal, they're a little bit skeptical of, are you really doing the work, right? And that's why we don't think it's unreasonable to ask folks to submit standard 1 and 2 compliant reports, because that's the credential you're asking for, right? Yeah, so I don't think that's asking a whole, because we're not talking about writing a full-blown demo report. We're talking about just writing an appraisal that meets the minimum requirements of standard 1 and 2. Just keep in mind, the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, those are minimums as well, right? Yeah, can you go above that? Certainly you can. But those are the minimums. So as long as it meets those minimums and it goes through that review process, you're good to go. And think about that. That's what they're equipped to do, right? Because that's what their model is. So they don't have to really do anything extra if they go with that model, which is why it's worked really well for the state of Montana and Colorado and others.
Okay, so this coming Friday, I've got an appointment in Tulsa County. And a friend of mine, long before I even thought about appraisal, but he was telling me on the phone that he's got a whole program. But either way, and you know, he was telling me he's got 30 appraisers on staff, and he's, because I live downtown up in a condo, he's happy to get a tour and down with me. Any tips on how I might be able to
Kevin, can you repeat the question with the mic so everybody can hear too?
Okay, so I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I'm also a trainee. But basically, the Tulsa County assessor is a buddy. And I went from study school with that. And bottom line is, I had a conversation the day before yesterday, and I was just telling him, hey, I understand that the appraiser's office is, or the assessor's office is a place where you use appraisers. We have about 30. And basically, I so in my lead just said, could you use another, maybe somebody has wings, you know, or you know, maybe spare a few people to kind of get somebody started on the thing. And he was very interested, and said people like to give me technical courage and give me, you know, sit down and talk about it. So my question is there any tips that you have as somebody who's kind of in that position that I might use as
a great question. Well, first of all, if you're interviewing for a job, it's about putting your best foot forward regardless, right? I mean, the fact that you know him certainly doesn't hurt, right? Because usually these jobs, and this is, again, because I've hired so many people in the past 40 plus years, for us working in mass appraisal, how many applicants we get typically depends on how good or bad it is in the private sector. If things are really bad in the private sector, so if things are really bad in the private sector, I'll get a huge amount of applications for what we do. My entry level residential appraiser is called a residential appraiser one. It's because there's different, it's literally you know, career ladders. So you go from appraiser 1 to appraiser 2 to appraiser 3 up to appraiser 4. So, and we do have an appraiser trainee category as well. And the salary ranges are kind of progressed with those categories depending on how much experience you have. Because I know in my office, like just a little tidbit, and again, every office can be a little bit different because every state can be a little bit different. We do look at people, if you come to my office and you have some match appraisal experience, obviously I'm going to pay you a little bit more because what we do is a little bit different. Because now the other side of that is we can train you to do this job. Because that's one thing I know Pete and I've talked a lot about this, is that most assessors offices have really good training departments. Okay, we can train you really well. And to the point where I could argue that I might get better training for you than you're going to get in the private sector. Because again, your supervisor in the private sector has got to make money too, right? Yeah. So, and because we're government and I have, and it's all about how good the staff is. I mean, every single one of my directors and assistant directors in my office has to use one appraisal. Every single one. So they're very experienced people. They not only do, and again, most of them came from the private sector too. So they, much like myself, have done both single property and match appraisal. So they bring a wide breadth of knowledge. But just, you got to show your personality, and then you got to be able to show, no pun intended, you got to show your value. At the end of the day, and then of course they got to have openings too, because that's one thing. We operate in a budget environment, so we got to have the money. But I can tell you, like right now, I just hired 2 appraisers, and I need to hire probably 3 more. So we're always looking. In fact, Pete and I were in Orlando at the Live conference last week, and I actually had someone who's the current chair of the Illinois State Real Estate Appraisal Board. He actually interviewed for a job in my office 4 or 5 years ago, and I knew his name was familiar. So, again, they come sometimes because I know this. You guys find it hard to believe, but a lot of people like to move to Florida. So I get applications from all over the country. And we will look at it. We will, because if you got experience, again, I can teach you. Now, is it nice that you understand my market, say Pete Clearwater? It helps. And usually when we hire locally, these are folks that maybe grown up in areas, so they know the market, and there's certainly some value to that as well. But great question. I mean, I think that, just apply for the jobs and hopefully it'll work out. Yeah, but I certainly know him. He or she, actually. Another question. Yeah.
Actually, in response, I got a quick look. You did everything. Proactive with everybody. So first off, make sure you know where you are in your coursework. A lot of folks who made an application have no coursework at all, just applying for the job. Having had coursework already is a huge plus. You want to highlight customer service aspects, previous roles. A lot of your job is dealing with the public. Obviously, you need to be able to handle customer service pieces of it. Come up with an example of how you interact with customers to help them with different situations, resolve their questions. If you have experience with conflict resolution, that's a huge piece of it as well. You want to be able to kind of, a lot of your conversations with the property owners, where they think raise your time. So certainly pieces about that. Highlighting technical skills that you have, eagerness to learn, piece of it, and commitment to an evaluation professional. Maybe we'll give an example where you had a project with past for it. That was the first thing in language by links, all county, all various, Kelsey, probably North County. Yes. Can be able to try to communicate property and language plus. So all of that is real quick. You get perspective.
Oh, that's great advice. Yes.
I'll add to it, as somebody who's had 5 trainees, I've learned originally I was looking for people with real estate background. I no longer care. I can teach you real estate. I cannot teach you work ethic. So if you have good work ethic, I would definitely make sure to highlight that.
No, that's good advice too. Yeah, and you make a good point, because we do get angry taxpayers sometimes, and even though you're the assessor, they do equate you to taxes, right? It's you people. But I will tell you, generally, yes, it's good to have the personality to be able to handle those difficult phone calls. But again, I know even when we defend our values, it's going to be a 2-year process, but we're not going to throw you to the wolves. You're going to go to what in Florida is called a value adjustment board. A lot of them have equalization boards. They call them different things. Those can be a little contentious sometimes too, because you may be dealing with attorneys or experienced tax representatives or whatever. But again, you're going to get trained to do that. We're not going to just throw you in there and say, here you go. But yeah, definitely good customer service is huge. Any kind of government capacity you're going to have that. You gotta be responsive to return phone calls and emails and that kind of stuff. So we look for that as well. That's good advice. Any other comments or questions about that? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if I'm loud enough. Ready, Mike?
You ready?
Well, my question would be, I mean, as trainees, we're out trying to do interviews and stuff. What are some of the turn-offs in an interview that you probably stay away? Like when you're interviewing somebody, what responses that kind of shut you down? Like, I'm just gonna get you in this. Perfect.
Well, arrogance is one of them. No, that's again, good question. Because then that's why, again, I'll kind of tell you how we do it, because that's why when I have a team, I've been married almost 39 years, so I see the differences between how males and females look at things. So I always make sure that I've got a balance of both on every interview team we do, because I know my wife will pick up on things that I don't see and vice versa. And so that's one thing. So, and again, my advice for most people, just be yourself. I mean, I see people all the time that come in that have an interview for a job in 20 years, and they look, they're sweating. They look like they're about to pass out. And I'm a jokester. Pete knows that. I joke around all the time. We laugh a lot in my office. So I usually try to kind of cut up a little bit and try to make people feel a little bit more comfortable, because the other side of that is that some people can interview really, really well, but you really don't know what you've got till they come to work. And that's why most counties, I know mine does, we have 1 year probationary period for that very reason. So within 1 year, if you're not working out, I can let you go, and I don't even really technically have to tell you why. Now we do, but that, because that so it works both ways. Another thing that we do, I have an appraiser's math test that we give to every applicant that for an appraisal position. It's not easy, and you got to get at least a 70% on that too. And so that's another way for us to kind of put everybody on an even playing field. Now I will tell you that it's not the only criteria we use though, because if I like your personality, if you're, like you were talking about, if you've taken all your qualifying ed and now you're a trainee, you've already taken a lot of appraisal classes, we're going to look at all that. If you happen to have taken an IAA class in the past, 1 or 2, that helps too. But it's about just selling yourself and having that person take a chance on it. Because I've done it and I've seen it, and don't get me wrong, I've hired people that I got really excited about and they didn't turn out that great. A lot of times you just don't know. And but just put your best foot forward. Dress appropriately, and all that stuff. And that's all you can do. But like I said, I'll have cards, and I'll be glad to hand out my cards, and any of you can reach out to me. I always tell folks when I teach it, we're kind of all in this together, right? And that's the way I look at it. So I don't mind. I mean, if people are writing demonstration reports or whatever, I send out tons of information to folks all over the country and that kind of stuff, because I truly, this is kind of my time to give back to this industry that's been so good to me. And I know my dad was really good about that. Now that he's retired, I kind of feel like I'm picking up the torch, So I truly care about this industry, and I want to see it keep moving forward. And again, I know there's a lot of really good people in this room, but if there's anything I can do to help you kind of go to that next level, I'll be glad to do it. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask really quickly, about two things, but, I wanted to think, what are the, I wanted to think, like how many hours?
Are you talking about the state certified residential grid?
Well, for the training.
I think it did like 79.
Course hours.
4 hours.
It's gonna follow the ATP.
Florida.
They have the Florida law. course,
Yeah, it's a
Florida
They'll have report,
has-
every report part.
Scott can tell you all the top of his head.
My other question was, what is like, what is beyond, like say, let's say I move to Florida next year and I'm a certified resident. I don't have. But if I did, what would the training be like?
Well, Well, the first of all, they do have reciprocity, because I think they have to. Yeah, that wasn't always the case, but now it is, so they do have reciprocity. In fact, I just hired a gentleman about 3 or 4 years ago now that came from the state of Washington, and he was certified there. And I think he did still have to take the test.
You have to take that Florida law
Yeah.
test,
And I think that's all
not,
he had.
not the national.
All right.
the
Yes.
Florida specific.
Yeah, they have a Florida specific exam, and I think that's all he had to pass, so it kind of depends, but yeah, that, they do have reciprocity, but you would have to. Oh. Good question. Yes, somebody else.
Having some background in art help with tremendously. But there's a lot of people that can't understand facial design. And so if they cannot draw a four-dimensional house, I've had some tremendous people that are really good. I didn't hire them. And, some of them I started and found that they never understand facial dynamics of the house, and I had to let them go. So, having some architectural, being able to draw. We have new technology that's coming out that may help some of those people. You know, I don't know if that AI is good because it blocks intelligence that I would like to see them have. But being able to understand spatial amount of how, you know, what how shaped like extremely important. Some people well are see somebody with man, I'm hard on no matter how that. But $3 million house, they do a job.
We've seen it too. I mentioned our math test. I've had folks with PhDs and master's degrees fail our math test. So, and that's because yes, math skills are huge in our business. And you brought up AI as well. To that point, we know that AI can give you misinformation, right? I mean, y'all probably use it on a daily basis now. I had a interviewee actually asked that question a few years ago. They were like, well, don't you think that AI is going to basically replace all of us? And I said, absolutely not. I don't see that happening. Now, can it help us do our job? Yes, we're already using it. In fact, we just hired a young man right out of, he just got his master's degree in data science. He's actually working for us, and we're working on, are y'all familiar with Power BI? Yeah. It's a Microsoft product. It has really changed the way we work in our office, and we're just touching the surface of it. So that's why we hired this young man. We're going to eventually probably start doing some internal AI where they're using our data, so there's not going to be any misinformation if it's done correctly. So we're working on that now. So at the end of the day, what that kind of stuff does for us, and this is the way I see it, it allows us to do other things. We do it faster, and put that into perspective. My office 20 years ago, I think we had 165 employees total. Now we have 120. So we're doing the same job with less people because of technology. And so that's how I see that stuff leveraged. I don't see it for, you know, it's not going to put you out of a job. I have the same number of appraisers today that I had 20 years ago because the boots on the ground, that's real. Even with oblique imagery and all the technology that we have available to us today, that nothing replaces being in front of a property and seeing it with your own 2 eyes. I mean, and call me old school, but that's the way I see it. So I don't think, again, your job may change, but along the lines of what he was saying, I think the more those kind of skills that you have, the more marketable you're gonna be, without a doubt. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was listening to another man talking earlier, he brought up virtual inspection. I've never heard of that. Like, because of course, boots on the ground, ready to go.
If they're talking, are you talking like hybrid? Is that what he's talking about?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're talking about a hybrid inspection. And by the way, USPAP doesn't require inspections at all. So, there you go. Yeah, that's what, so, but the hybrid inspections, I think, are what you're talking about, where you may have someone actually do an inspection and you rely on that information in your appraisal. But there, obviously, it's all about credible results. You've got to feel comfortable that the information they provided to you is accurate. And so there's all kinds of different things that come into play there, but it's become the norm, and it's very common nowadays for that type of arrangement. But you just have to disclose what you did and didn't do at the end of the day. But now that may be a problem, though, from a state certification perspective with the credit, because I know in Alabama was one of them that actually required to get credit. You literally had to do an interior inspection to get credit in the state of Alabama. They've since removed that. Yeah, that's just one example. So, sorry, yeah, and I'll get to you.
So 2 things. I've got some condos that I've written out, and they have something called a virtual walkthrough. And so you can hit the little button, and it'll take you through every room in my condo. And it's just like being there. But I can tell you, photographer makes them look really good. I wouldn't base my appraisal on it. The other thing when it comes to architecture, as I'm going through the training stuff, you notice they give certain books. Anytime I see a book that I can order outside of it, usually looking on Amazon for it. And I found this one called Houses, and it's one that's used primarily, I think, well, all through the profession. It's considered like the Bible, but each page has a different style of house, and we're talking about hundreds of pages. It's got in there. It shows the different dynamics of the architecture. Probably just sit there.
I'm sorry, who wrote that?
Good question.
Wow. Good. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So 1995, I did architecture, and I didn't pursue it for whatever reason. So I got my degree in public relations. I don't really feel like I want to go back to school and get my architecture to be a commercial appraiser. Yeah. What can I do to not make 6 years? Maybe can I do something like in a year and be like a professional sketch artist or whatever required to do the executive floor plans that kind of are ringing in my ears as a requirement? Because when I'm hearing somebody get fired or let go, I want to.
Well, along those lines. So
I want to figure out, like, is there like a program that I can study? Is there a book I can study? Because I'm not trying to, I'm 48, I'm not trying to do another 5 years.
No, that's understandable. I don't think that
3,000 hours, you gotta figure something out.
Yeah, and having an architecture degree would be great, but I don't think that's what, having if you can measure a building.
I do measurements at work, but those floor plans are already provided by outside consultants. I don't do I work at alcohol beverage, so I license commercial buildings, I license pharmacy. Those floor plans of those hotels, these are massive hotels, they've already been designed already, an outside consulting program. That whole, I just go and verify the footprint of what I'm licensed. Okay, so I want to learn how I know I can be a commercial appraiser. I know I can do that. But he has kind of brought something to my attention in terms of what's gonna make me stand out, you know, sustain my, you know what I mean?
Well, and I can tell you that I haven't hired a single person in the past 13 years that had an architect or. Okay, so that puts you to rest. So, well, I think you're talking more broadly. If you had, you know. Yeah.
Right, okay, so is that a training program or is that?
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it would be nice to understand all that, but what I'm saying, along the lines, like she said, it's really about work ethic, right? Again, I can teach you how to do the job. I don't think that you need to be an architect, be an appraiser. You know, if you had some real estate background, if you didn't have anything else, if you're taking qualified education along the lines, all those things are going to make you marketable and hireable in our profession.
But Kevin, there's not a single individual in this industry that's required to be at Pinellas. You need to interpret those sets of plans like you're doing.
Yeah, I can read that.
In addition to that, there are third-party apps now that scan LiDAR technology, scan houses and do floor plans for you.
That's what I'm talking.
So if you can understand plans you're reading and understand how to interpret those and understand how to read a scale,
Yes.
that there's no requirement to have an architecture degree in this profession.
Yeah. Just start calling you out.
And if your goal is to be a commercial appraiser, if your goal is to be a commercial appraiser, yeah, you've already got the requisite experience in your background right now to make you a marketable asset.
I'm low time, so you don't want to miss out on me, I promise. So I appreciate your time, and I'll be here, so please come up and see me so I can give you a card. I'm always willing to help you guys, but I want to give these guys a little bit more time to talk about specific about what we're working on with the task force. And again, Pete used to be an assessor. Okay, so he's done that too, and now he has his own real estate appraisal company in Montana. So again, he's done both as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Pete Fontana.
You guys need a 5 minute break?
Yeah.
Do that, 5 minutes.
Welcome to sit here. I just was gonna maybe try to put the camera on that table. Still have all this reach. Oh, great. Yeah. Yeah, we have all listed. The audio was pretty good. Like, it was a lot better than last time. I honestly think that thing we used last time made it worse. Teresa's little. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think Stephanie could be back and pass the microphone for questions, but. Well, I mean, I have to kind of be in this. Okay, so we're getting ready to set up the booth. Want to help us? Okay, I could probably, once they get going again, I can probably do this. Okay. And then Jeff, if it goes down and we need Ben back in here to text us, we're gonna go set up our booth. Yeah, I think we can probably just let it run. Between we got a half hour scheduled break anyway, so yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, well, that's great. Appreciate it. Appreciate you making it happen. It's good. I'm gonna actually do a couple more things. Fully over here, so I'm picking up some of the space. That's all good. All right, I'm gonna run in there. I'll be in there in a second.
Good thing is not harassment. Yes.
Think I'm bother you?
I don't know.
Finally got everything working. Hey Josh, how are you?
So we're being nice.
Yeah, we are live right now. I forget we're live.
Oh, we are live literally
We're-
right now.
It's not like I'm streaming it to YouTube, so it'll be recorded. And they were able to share the link in advance, but it's technically live and listening right now. So I totally just forgot that. Yeah, be careful what you say. Be careful. Everybody's listening in, Josh. Here we go. Yeah.
All right, if y'all can make your way back in these things. Hey guys, come on in. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. We have got Pete Fontana from Montana ready to go. Everybody give him a round of applause. I wanted to ask, if they have questions, if you could hand them the mic, because we actually are streaming it, and that way the people who are watching live can also hear the question.
So I have to use that too?
Yeah.
Nice. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Pete Fontana, and I do hail from the state of Montana. I'll give you just a brief history of my background. I currently chair the Montana Regulatory Board and have for about 15 years. And I also serve on the Board of Trustees for the Appraisal Foundation, which is who sets the standards and qualification criteria to become an appraiser. And I've sat on the Board of Trustees for the past 7 years. At the foundation, we decided we had to do something to assist in getting more people into this profession.
So we don't offer jobs. We don't have membership. We are congressionally authorized under PAREA to set the standards and qualification criteria to become an appraiser. However, the states have the ability to go over and above the criteria. So I'm sure, how many people in the room are trainees? Or all of you are, and some are supervisors? Most of your trainees. So most of you have read the criteria. This is what you have to do to become an appraiser. But each state has some additional requirements that they may impose upon you. And so those are what we call overlays over the criteria. So at the foundation, we decided that we wanted to go talk to the states specifically about reducing these overlays because they're overburdensome for people to get into the industry. And as you folks know, you're sitting here as trainees, you're the lucky ones because there's 1,000 more like you that can't find a supervisor, that can't get into this industry. And so we don't need states making it more difficult to get into the industry. And I think the gentleman, he's not back yet, but was here from Indiana. Me and my colleague that you'll hear from in a few minutes, John Russell, that serves on my task force with me, just left the state of Indiana, and they have 10 overlays over those criteria that you're reading, which is the hours, the number of classes you have to take. They have 10 additional overlays. For example, for you folks to get in this industry, to be a licensed residential appraiser, you need 1,000 hours. The state of Indiana and 7 other states don't even recognize the license category, so they don't even have that. So the easiest category to get in the business at the lowest level to get started, 7 states don't even recognize that, to include the state of Florida. We're trying to change that. That's what our task force is about. That's an overlay. That's an overburdensome overlay. The state of Indiana, so if you want to become a certified residential appraiser, it takes 1,500 hours according to the AQB criteria. The state of Indiana thinks that you need to have 2,500 hours. That's the 2008 Appraisal Qualification Board criteria. They haven't even updated their criteria, and they can do that because they have the right to do these overlays. So our task force was set up in January to try to communicate with states to reduce these barriers to entry back to just what the AQB criteria states, so we can get more people in the industry. So we're traveling around, we're doing direct engagement with the states. We're trying to visit every state board that has an obstructive overlay over the criteria and trying to get them to reduce their criteria, the minimum criteria. We've been pretty successful at that. We haven't got any real pushback back from any state. In fact, the state of Alabama had some pretty weird overlays, and they completely eliminated all of them and accepted the AQB criteria, the Appraisal Qualification Board criteria. I'm sorry if I try not to use acronyms. It's crazy acronym run business. So the Appraisal Qualification Board, our goal would be that all states would just accept that criteria as stated from the congressionally authorized authority to set that. And so we're trying to reduce those barriers to entry in all these states so that you don't have these specific overlays. So our task force was set up in January to do that. We're doing direct engagement. We have 8 people on our task force, and these are all industry stakeholders and trustees on the Appraisal Foundation that have an interest in advancing the profession and getting more people into it, because we're losing more people per year, not even close, than we're bringing in. It's not even close. It's like 2 to 3 times as many people are leaving that are coming into the industry. Also, the Appraisal Foundation is committed. How many of you people are on the ADI project that got scholarships? Wonderful. The Appraisal Foundation granted $1.3 million to that fund because we're committed to this project to get people into this industry and to diversify this industry at the foundation. And so that's another part of what we do at the Board of Trustees, is to make sure that there's funds available. We don't give jobs, we don't create opportunities because we're a standard setting and qualification setting board, but we can give money to help you folks get into these programs. The other thing that we approved at the Appraisal Foundation through the Appraisal Qualification Board is PAREA. Is anybody involved in the PAREA program right now? So PAREA is the practical application of real estate appraisal. That particular program allows an applicant to go through the process without a supervisor or excuse me, a mentor or supervisor in the traditional sense, and they can go through a simulated field training exercise. So the Appraisal Institute is right now our only company that is actively has a PAREA program on the ground. So if you couldn't find a supervisor, you could take your coursework, you could enroll in the PAREA program with the Appraisal Institute, get all your hours and training, sit for the exam and get licensed. That particular program has been incredibly successful. They've had over 40 applicants go through the program, and all 40 applicants pass the exam on their first time. That's outstanding. We have folks in the room that are going to talk to you later about Practicum programs. They're similar in that they do simulated training, and they'll talk to you about that a little bit later, but those people are passing the test at a 90% or better success ratio, which is far better than the old supervisor training model that is only passing the exam at 62%. And a little excitement in the room. Everything good? Do you have a question? I thought the state of Kentucky had approved that.
Okay.
47 states have approved it. The only one I know that hasn't approved it at all is that it's actually not is Nevada, right here. And we're working on that. So my task force is going to visit that. Most of the states have approved it, or they are in. It takes legislative action. So Kentucky might be one that it takes some legislative action, but it's in progress. So Kentucky should. But I don't think you have to, I might be wrong on this, but there is an Appraisal Institute representative on site. Scott DiBiasio is walking around. He's also on our task force. You should talk to him specifically about that. He'll be here all week. But I think you can sign up in some other state. You don't have to sign up in Montana, or I mean, in Kentucky. You can sign up in the PAREA program and get your license, then apply for reciprocity in Kentucky. That's what they did in the Carolinas, right? Yep. Melinda can talk to you about that. The North and South Carolina did that. Question here?
I just have a question about reciprocity. I know it's something, but I'm trying to familiarize myself. I know because Illinois is one of the states because so initially I was going to bring Texas and apply for reciprocity there.
Right.
So my question is there also a task force for all states to accept reciprocity?
Well, all states have to have reciprocity. So the appraisal subcommittee is the governing body that oversees all the state appraisal programs. They audit them. So ASC.gov. They're also the ones that have the registry. So all the appraisers that are on the registry, so if they get disciplined, that all states can be notified that appraiser has discipline or if they're in good standing. And so they require, as one of their policy statements, when they audit the states, you have to have reciprocity. You're required to. Now, they can have reciprocity that says if your state doesn't have the same requirements that we do, meaning if you had an overlay, so we won't accept your reciprocity. But most of them aren't doing that. Most of them accept reciprocity in whole. Kentucky is in rulemaking for PAREA, which means it's going to be, they're just making the rules for it. So it's been approved. So it'll be on the books. Yeah.
Part of my training. Is there a way that a office person could be sitting in Chicago and working on an appraisal in Texas and getting credit for that?
Well, I mean, that's kind of how the PAREA program, and I mean, I'm not going to speak about the practice, I'm not an expert on that, but there are two people in the room that are experts on that. I'll talk about that later. But you can be working on appraisals anywhere as long as you're competent. And I'm not talking about just geographical, just competent.
The address.
Oh, absolutely.
As long as your state allows.
As long as your state allows it. So if the question would be is, can you put stuff on your log if you're applying in one state and have properties you've appraised in another state? Absolutely, it's experience.
Some states have requirements like Missouri 50% of your experience has to be within the state of Missouri. Some have requirements like that, but.
And that's weirdly an overlay. We would call that an overlay because it's overburdensome, but we wouldn't, that's not one that we would, like, our task force would jump all over. One of the ones we're focused on right now is mass appraisal experience. Kevin just talked about that. That's a good place for you folks to get experience, even if you're trying to get experience to get your license, to go to work for a mass appraisal office. That's how I started my career. I was the elected county assessor in Montana for 13 years and then turned into a fee appraiser. So some of the states only allow a portion of your experience to count. So in the state of Nebraska, they only allow 250 hours of the 1,000 hours to be counted from your mass appraisal log. When I went to talk to them, I encouraged them to make that 100%. It's 100% appraisal experience. And if you remember, you're taking all this coursework, you have this experience, you're required to turn in a demonstration appraisal report because the appraisal subcommittee requires work product review at the state level. So you're going to write a report to turn into the state or give them a sample of a report. They're going to review that. And if that report's okay, and then you pass that rigorous exam that has a 62% pass-fail ratio, I don't care where your experience came from. You have demonstrated the ability to understand the minimum requirements to practice. So what difference does it make where your experience came from? And so limiting the number of mass appraisal hours when you demonstrate through what we call a capstone, which is writing a report that gets reviewed and then passing that rigorous exam, congratulations, here's your license. That's what I do in Montana. I say, you don't know anything, practice with caution, remember the competency rule when you're accepting an assignment, congratulations and welcome to the industry. That's the way we do it. And that's the way we want all states to do it, is that you're trying to figure out if these people can demonstrate the ability to practice and not harm the public. And who cares where their experience came from them, if you can pass that test and write that report that gets reviewed. Did you have a question here?
Yes. So I'm also from Indiana, where the 2,500 hours would apply. So I think I heard you correct saying that if I were to go through PAREA or in another state and get certified in another state, I wouldn't, and I seek reciprocity in Indiana, I wouldn't have to do the 2,500 hours in Indiana because they would accept my certification from the other state. Did I hear you say that?
Let me explain that. That's correct, but I want a little caveat with the state of Indiana. The state of Indiana has a rule on their books that says that they will not accept reciprocity unless the state you're coming from has the same requirements as they do or above. We questioned them that at the board. And they said, oh, we accept reciprocity from everybody. Is that fair, John? That's it. They accept it from everybody. And I'm like, well, you're breaking your own rules, which is really a violation of the appraisal subcommittee, because when the appraisal subcommittee comes and reviews your rules, you're supposed to abide by it. And so they're like, oh, well, we don't turn anybody away. Their lawyer said, oh, we don't do that. And I'm like, well, that's what your rules say, so maybe you should rewrite your rules. So I would tell you that they wouldn't turn you down. But if you go through the PAREA program and get a license, you're already licensed. They're not going to ask you where you got your education, your experience from. You're already a licensed practitioner. Yeah, they're not going to ask you for your law because you're already licensed. You're no longer a trainee. So that's what we're doing on our state harmonization task force, is trying to clean some of these states up like that. So their laws, rules, and regulations are more consistent with the Appraisal Qualification Board's intent of experience. And so that's what we're doing, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, so if you wanted to be under, have one was.
Yeah, you can have up to 3, I think.
Have a main spot.
You can do them both, but PAREA is a little bit expensive. I will tell you this, so that I don't think you can't do it faster, but you can have a combination of both. But PAREA, I will tell you that you should. I mean, you guys are all on a program, I think. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how the whole ADI thing works. Do you all have supervisors? No, you don't. Oh,
A lot of us are here, fine supervisor.
I see. Well, there are gonna be some people that can help you with that, I think, later on today and this week, but PAREA is an option, and I will tell you that PAREA is also scholarship. Most people, there's 40 people that went through PAREA. I think most of those people received a scholarship. And we've contributed to that as well to the Appraisal Foundation. I encourage you to talk to the Appraisal Foundation representative and these folks that are doing these practicums during the week. Melissa? Correct. There's your question. There's your answer. So yes, you can. That's correct.
A trainee can have any number of supervisors, their state maybe.
Well, it depends on what their state says.
Yeah.
So in Montana, I'm sorry, I should have qualified. We only allow three unique supervisors you can have in the process. So again, you have to know what your state law rules and regulations are.
Don't assume.
Before I run out of time, I want to give some time to my colleague, John Russell, because he's been instrumental on my task force, and we visited, I think we're up to 10 states now. And I want to have him give you a little bit of perspective of what some of the states have to say and what his view is on our career path as well, your career path in our industry. So John Russell from my task force.
So I'm the most dangerous person in the room because I'm not an appraiser. I can say anything. But I've spent 16 years working with appraisers, working on appraisal issues, really thinking deeply on this stuff. I'm going to say out loud the thing you're all thinking is, we talk about the different states in Indiana. It's stupid, right? You're all appraisers doing appraisals on subject properties with the same process, and yet from state to state to state to state to state, the way in which you get that license or certification is different. This is insanity. So the goal of our task force in a perfect world would be to have 50 states and 5 territories, all accepting the exact same things for the exact same license or certification. And until they do, I'm not going to say out loud that you should venue shop the state of least resistance with 0 overlays, but I'm going to tell you reciprocity is a powerful tool. So don't sit there in your home state and go, well, my state says I have to do 75% of these with interior and exterior inspections, then I have to haul my supervisor. That's Pennsylvania. You know what state's next to Pennsylvania? New Jersey. You know, New Jersey doesn't have any of those rules, right? But it does underscore the point that right now we operate with a licensing system that, yes, we give states the right they have always had the right to license professions. That doesn't mean you have the right to add a bunch of stuff to the pile when we have a federally recognized, congressionally authorized standard setter who thinks about this stuff all the time and does it at a national level. That's the battle we're fighting today with the State Harmonization Task Force for people like you to just make it easier to get in this profession. There is nobody sitting in this room other than me who doesn't want to be an appraiser, right? Or isn't an appraiser, yes? So why? I do want to be an appraiser because law school was really expensive, and my mom would like to know that I am using my skills. Doesn't mean that that's probably not a good endorsement for being a law school graduate, to be honest.
Maybe not. Yeah.
There it is. The dreaded second career. No, it's not. But I'm going to tell you this. So I spent the first 15 years of my career working with an organization called the American Society of Appraisers. And ASA is really unique in that it's not just an organization focused on real property appraisal, though they do that. They also do personal property appraisal and machinery and equipment appraisal and business valuations, gems and jewelry and appraisal review and management. And everybody sitting in this room today, by and large, has come through the same pipeline, right? I'm going to go appraise houses for mortgages. I try to say it positive. Here's the dirty little secret I'm going to tell you today that you don't learn until you're through the door. This little slice is mortgage lending appraisal work. This is the rest of the profession. There is so much more to this than just doing houses for mortgage loans. But nobody tells you, because nobody at the age of 3 goes, Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be an appraiser of cars. I know the guy who appraises Jay Leno's cars. It's really freaking cool, right? But nobody thinks about being an appraiser of anything when they grow up, unless they've got a mom or dad or an aunt or an uncle who does. And more importantly, that you can take the skill. I promise you, as the day is long, if you have learned how to do a standard 1-2 appraisal, standard 5-6 appraisal, guess what else you can do? A standard 7 and 8 personal property appraisal. If you're really bored and want to do discount cash flows all day, do standard 9-10 for business valuation. Okay? But the point is, you're learning a process. You're learning a skill set. You're learning, just like I learned in law school, a critical thinking skill set that applies to law. You're learning that same skill set about solving the question of value. And it doesn't change. That process is virtually identical. If I'm going to appraise this projector, guess what? It's the same process as appraising this whole stinking building we're sitting in. Where am I going to find the relevant information? How am I going to pull those comparables into my report? How am I going to use that in my approaches to value? I'm going to reconcile, and I'm going to come down to an opinion of value. It doesn't change that much. Terminology is a little different. I'll grant you that. But the process is the same. How many of you have hobbies in this room, right? How many of those hobbies involve stuff? Things you buy on the internet. Too many packages from Amazon, right? Okay, if you're in stuff heavy, I had a guy from Philadelphia. I'm also in the city of Philadelphia Home Appraisal Bias Advisory Committee. I had a guy call me from Philadelphia. He says, been doing home appraisals for 30 years, tired, it's hard, business is slow, and I don't like working with AMCs, and blah, 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 blah. I asked this guy, I said, do you have any hobbies? Yeah, I play guitar. I love guitars. I own 8 guitars. I play in 5 bands. I love guitars. Buddy, did it ever occur to you that you love guitars so much that somebody would pay you to appraise them? You would have thought, like, the light bulb not only went off, it exploded over his head. Like, at the end of a movie sometimes, the light bulbs just explode. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Okay? You have something in your life you touch every day. Doesn't matter what it is, that you love. That is parallel to your existence as a profession. Wouldn't it be amazing if you could take that love and that passion, apply the skill set you are developing today to answer the question of value? Chocolate peanut butter, Reese's cup, that's the middle, right? So as you leave here, and you're going to go out and do fantastic, I'm certain, I have no doubts about it. But leave understanding, if you take nothing else out of today, I hope you took a lot, there is so much more than just appraising homes for mortgages. If you have the curiosity to find it, if you have the interest to develop it, you can build an entire second career with the foundation you're building today, appraising a lot of other really cool stuff too. Question. You're going to win from those questions. But do you have any answers?
Yeah, hopefully you'll be pretty good. I was actually talking to my also my mom, Myra.
I'm on.
Like some time ago, I went to go into personal property appraisals, fine art cars and all that. But I didn't know how you could go into that. But how did that mix with because I noticed you brought up international appraisals too. How does it go? Can you clear mind?
Okay, I'm going to give you a great example. By the way, you don't want to sit next to mom, or she doesn't want to sit next to you. I'm doing now we're in the comedy part of the program. I'm doing this. So I'm seeing everybody in this room that is going to explain everything you just asked about. Hi, my name is John Russell. I'm a personal property appraiser, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no licensing. There's no certification. We do have minimum criteria that are voluntary from the Appraiser Qualifications Board. That's it. Now, if you're going to go do a personal property appraisal that the Internal Revenue Service is going to look at, you probably need to know Publication 561, understand Circular 230, and how to do a tax-related appraisal. But even then, their requirements are very minimal in statute. So at least know those. The bar to entry in personal property. It's the lowest of them all. Ditto machinery and equipment, which by the way, is still personal property. Ditto gems and jewelry, which is, guess what? Still personal property. That's all standard 7-8 work right there. So it's really not that complicated. It's just most people don't know about it. Until somebody like me who's seen it for 16 years tells you about it. And you go, whoo, what would you appraise?
I would like to break our, I would watch top here, they went on, drop on his next card.
So I'm gonna blank on Donald's last name. Man's name is Donald. He wears bow ties. It's the one thing I remember about Donald. He always sharply dressed, wears bow ties. He is Jay Leno's personal appraiser. I also happen to know the guy. He does all of the Haggerty's books, all their price guides. He's an appraiser out of Great Falls, Virginia. I know that guy because I've worked with that guy. It's in a fantastic space, and you need those types of appraisals. Let's say you're buying classic cars, you got to insure it, right? I need replacement costs on that, so I've got to figure that out. That's just one starting point. Internet. Help me out, Pete. They keep saying international. What did I say? You weren't even paying attention, were you? Well, I got Kevin back here with the double A, or the double, then the A, or the W.
So one my question, like, is there a kind of job that, you know, Americans that buy property and let's say they buy properties over there, is there a job for that, for us to appraise those properties?
So almost every country you go to is going to have one or two things. Okay, you're going to have a set of professional standards. So when you leave, we have USPAP. When you leave the United States, let's say you go to Canada, they've got QSPAP. They just put Canada or Canadian for QSPAP. And then you only have to follow 80% of the dollar on what's in there. The vast majority of the world actually follows two other sets of standards. It's either the International Valuation Standards, or it's the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors Red Book. Now, here's the other dirty secret I'm going to tell you. If you go on the Appraisal Foundation's website, you're going to find a little document, a bridging document to take a USPAP compliant appraisal report and make it compliant with the International Valuation Standards. And I'll tell you right now, if you went and read the International Valuation Standards, you'd be shocked. They're a lot shorter. They're kind of principles based, but at a very high level. And they go by asset class, which is a little different. So like the way that they approach values on certain types of assets, it's different. It's very European. I don't know if that's a compliment. But it's not hard to go from a USPAP approach to an IVS approach and vice versa, and the foundation gives you the resources to do.
I'm sorry, can I have another question? I know, I'm sorry. So my sister-in-law is Catholic, and so my brother.
I'm waiting to see how this is relevant to the question. Continue.
So she's Japanese. My brother's planning on moving with her. And I was he's like, hey, come over. I was like, hey. Anyway, sing along. Do like those Eastern countries still fall under that same one? Because like Japan, like I don't know if you would consider that like democracy is more like a monarch or something like that. Like, are there certain countries that don't fall under that international?
No, they generally, now your client can dictate, right? So let's say you go to Japan, but you're working for a multinational client. That client might want USPAP because you might have to use that appraisal report as part of like, I don't know, like ASC 805 financial reporting in a business valuation kind of situation. So your client's going to dictate. So there may be times that you do an appraisal internationally that's still going to follow our domestic standard, or they may want both. So you actually certify the multiple standards. That's very common in non-real estate practice. When you go to personal property, especially business valuation though, very commonly business values will certify the multiple standards at the same time. I'm gonna get the hook here, aren't you? We've got a lovely audience, try the meal. If you love me, come on back Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. I'm gonna try to mystify for you.
Thank you. And side note, you can come get my info later if you want. My dad used to clap the cards before he did. I did not. He stopped doing it when I started working with him, but he used to, so I can always see what info he can get you if you're still interested in that. Next up, we have Julie. So give everybody a round of applause.
These two guys, I have a visual. presentation too. Actually, not much.
Visual with my chest.
You animated, yeah, very, very much so.
It's just gonna take a second for the projector to turn on, but, we'll get there. You are welcome to start, and I was going to say, I just wanted to talk about it being an acronym industry. And one of my favorite stories is when I was starting, my dad and I were talking and being like, oh, VA, FHA, oh, HI, and my husband finally goes, yeah, LMNOP. I was like, oh, sorry. So yeah, a lot of times I think Melinda said it too, we're so acronyms in our industry that sometimes we have to kind of, what does that one mean? Because I don't know that one yet. And it's okay to say that because somebody else probably already has that same question. So, but I will give it to Julie, and it's almost up and going. So everybody, welcome Julie.
All right, everyone. Glad you're all here today on this lovely Sunday afternoon. I am Julie Floyd. I am technically, I wear so many hats. Technically, I am the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for a residential appraisal firm called RSDS. We're a nationwide residential appraisal firm. We have about 300 plus staff around the country. So we have representation in, I think, almost all the states, residential appraisal only. That's one hat. My other hat that I'm here to talk to you about today is I am the Dean of a program called Appraisal U. Appraisal U. And that is a Practicum program. So we've talked about the supervisor training model. We've talked about PAREA. There's the third method of gaining that experience. And it's been on the books for a while, but until is it rude to call you a pioneer? Pioneer, Melissa? Until Melissa started her practicum program in the great state of Mississippi, nobody had done it. It was in the criteria. And a third hat I wear is I am a member of the Appraisal Qualifications Board, acronym AQB, ones who write the qualifications. It was in there for a long time, but nobody had done it. It was kind of that hidden secret thing. Why had no one done it? Well, it's tough. It is a tough program to put together. So what is a practicum? And this is my company. This is my one of my favorite. He's like my son. On your left, that's ASAP, and then on the right, that's DeAndre. And DeAndre actually just won the new, I think it was called the Newcomer of the Year through Appraisal Buzz, new to the profession. So we do some cool stuff with our folks. But so a practicum program, when people ask me to describe it in a couple of sentences, I call it the best of both worlds. It is the best of the supervisor training model combined with the best of, in my opinion, I am biased. I know appraisers, we're not biased about anything, but I am biased for my program. I will own it. The supervisor training model, I came up that way. I think probably every licensed or certified appraiser in this room came up that way. That was your only option for many, many years. And I had great training. My brother was my trainer. Not all trainers are created. Let's just say that. And prior to my time on the Appraisal Qualifications Board, I sat on the Missouri Real Estate Appraisers Commission for 17 years. That's a long time. I saw some people who came through with maybe not the best training. But they said to me, I want to be an appraiser. And my choice is this supervisor that maybe isn't the best or no supervisor at all. I got to the one that said, yes, I will train you. Now, have they gone on to make themselves a better appraiser on their own? Maybe. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they got their license yanked. I don't know. But I know that there are times when you are limited to what your supervisor teaches you. And that's one perspective. And if I've learned anything in this profession that I love so dearly, it's that we can get from A to B by taking many different routes. We're still getting there. Like one of my friends uses this little story. He had two appraisers, father and son. And I don't know if you know this, but nobody argues more than family of appraisers do. And he said they were arguing about some appraisal method. He said, okay, let me ask you this. We need to get from, and I don't even remember, I'm going to use some random cities in North Carolina. He said, we need to get from Boone to Raleigh. How are you going to get there? And so the father says this way, and that way, and I'm going to take this road. And his son says, that's stupid. I'm going to go this way, and this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. And the guy said, did you both get there? And he said, yeah. Did you take distinctly different paths to get there? Yeah. That's this profession. There are multiple paths. The supervisor trainee path is not the only one anymore. We got PAREA. It's active. It's going. We got Practicum. So when I came to my company, RSDS, I was doing a lot of different roles, and they approached me about taking on this Practicum program. I said, let's go. I love this profession. I love bringing people into the profession. So how does it work? And I guess I'm going to go over here and advance these slides. There we go. So, Appraisal U, and these are all slides from my awesome people. And it opens the door. It opens the door to people who maybe want to be an appraiser. They don't have that supervisor option. You know, they've made the calls, they've knocked on the doors, and they haven't gotten there. So what does it look like? What is a day in the life of an Appraisal U student? Well, I've got a picture a little further on. We meet every day, Monday through Thursday, so not every day, but most days, Monday through Thursday, 8 to noon Central. We meet on Zoom. I currently have candidates in my program, students, I call them students, in Ohio, Texas, and Washington, D.C. are where I've got, you know, multiple in those locations. But that's where we're coming to you from. How does that work? People are like, wait, they're all in different places. How does that work? Well, the good part of what we do during the day is it's standardized education. Teach you the why. Why do we fill in those blanks on the form? Why do we analyze the market? What are we looking at? What motivates buyers? I do all of that. So you're getting kind of that standardized curriculum. As a member of the Appraisal Qualifications Board, we've got what we call Guide Note 4. Guide Note 4 tells you what needs to be involved in a practice program. Our program follows Guide Note 4. And people say, well, how does it work? How does it work with people in all those different places? Guess what? There's a whole lot of commonalities in the appraisal profession. Whether you're sitting in Ohio, Hawaii, Alaska, West Virginia, and I forgot to tell y'all, I'm from Kansas City, middle of the country, and you know how much I love this profession? I'm here talking to you while my Chiefs are. This is how much I love this profession. You're with me 8 to noon. We talk all kinds of stuff about appraising. My program is broken up into two sections and a third, but mainly the two. That gets you to licensure. Course 101 is the first half. I teach course 101. That is the why. Why do we do what we do as appraisers? We go a lot into the big picture concept discussion stuff, but it's really the why. In my 101, which is a 12-week program, 8 to noon, 12 weeks. You learn all about the fundamentals. We spend 3 weeks before we start actually filling out a form. 3 weeks about the why, the where, what makes a market, what motivates a buyer. So that's 101. That's your first 12 weeks. In there, you do create some appraisal reports, but not a ton of appraisals in 101. Our second half is taught by one of my amazing appraiser friends and he's one of our main trainers for the company, Adam. And Adam does what we call 201. He's the second 12 weeks. And he does a lot more of the actually completing form-based appraisals. Now that'll all change with new UAT and all that good stuff. But when you finish with Adam's 201, the second 12 weeks, you then have enough hours to get your appraisal license. That's your experience piece. Right? That is your experience piece. So it's not just class in the morning. Remember I said this was the best in both worlds? So you got the standardized education in the morning. In the afternoons, not every day, you go on field trips. Field trips. So I have staff appraisers in your markets. I got Frank in Columbus, Ohio, and he's going to be working with one of my new candidates, Beverly, in Columbus. And in the afternoon, she's going to go out on some inspections with Frank. And she's going to see what it's like to walk through that house, to measure the house, to see the house, to smell the house. You know, all those things that you get to see when you are that, I don't like the phrase boots on the ground, but you know what I mean. You are going with the person. And you know what? My staff appraisers, of course, I work with some awesome staff appraisers. They get to do the fun part of being a supervisor. The fun part of training somebody to be an appraiser is taking them through the houses and being, take a look at that. And showing them the fun part of the inspection. What are you looking at in the neighborhood? What are you looking at the house? But guess what they don't have to have? That responsibility of being that person's supervisor of record. They get to do the fun part, showing you the fun aspect, but then they come to me for all the learning stuff. So they get to experience being a supervisor without that huge commitment of being someone's supervisor for 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours, whatever. Indiana, I don't know, what do you have to have? 6 years or something in Indiana? It seems like a lot in Indiana. But because I have those people, I got these people all over the country. And so many of them are like, heck yeah, send me somebody. I'm taking that Dan in Dallas. Dan loves to take people out. I got some pictures of Dan. You see what I can do here. Here's some more RSDS. This is Adam on the left. That's Adam, our instructor for 201. Again, with my buddy ASAP. This is me, and that's a terrible picture, but you see my Zoom up there? That's my folks on Zoom with me in the morning. We're there in my home office. Sometimes my dogs come to class with me. I got 2 French bulldogs and a beagle, and they are not afraid to come to class. But we meet just like that. And you see that purple screen on the right? Y'all, anybody familiar with Slack? Slack is a messaging type program. It works amazingly. We talk to each other all day. And one of the things when I first started working at RSDS was the network. We have, what does USPAP say? Do what your peers do. What are appraisers terrible at? Talking to their peers. If you don't ever talk to anybody, how the heck do you know what your peers are doing? We talk to each other all day. We have Slack channels. We have Kansas City Slack channel. We got Appraiser Talk. You haven't seen something? You're in a house that has something going on you've never seen in your dang life. Jump on Appraiser Talk. I guarantee you somebody in the company has seen it. And they can help you figure out how to handle it. We have a Slack set up for Appraisal U. I make my groups give themselves a name. My first cohort, they were the pioneers. It was the first one of our group. My second group, I said, by the end of today, we got to come up with a group name. We are the witnesses. Our new group is the witnesses. Where did that come from? We're talking about being unbiased, impartial, objective, unbiased. That's the word I was trying to say. And one guy said, and he said it perfectly, Anthony from DC, he said, it's not our job to tell you how we feel about a property. It's our job to witness. We witness the property. We witness how that property fits in the market. And I said, friends, I think we have just discovered our group name. We are the witnesses. So we got a channel for the pioneers. We got a channel for the witnesses. It works. It works. So that's kind of the basics. You have 500 hours in your course 101. Those are, you're doing some single family. They're not weird. They're the easy cookie cutter ones. 201, that's another 500 hours. It gives you, we do a manufactured home, we do a property on acreage, we do an income property, we do quite a variety in that group. Then we also will offer we haven't offered it yet because we need another instructor, but the advanced 301 will take you that last time frame to go from licensed to certified. So ultimately, you can get through all three courses and then you would qualify for your certification. But at first, we're focusing on the license level, getting you through 101 and 201. Our costs, people ask that up front. I'm transparent. Our program costs $6,000 per module. $6,000 for 101, $6,000 for 201. We do have some scholarship options available. We are blessed that we recently have established a partnership with ADI. Let's hear for ADI. And it does provide you our Practicum program as another option. In my current cohort, I have 3 ADI scholars. Beverly, Roz, and Vonda. ADI scholars in there right now. My information, I just put this up here. You can reach out to me directly. I'm Julie F. at appraisalu.com. If you go to our company webpage, rsdsllc.com, there is a little tab for Appraisal U. Go to Appraisal U, fill out an application. It's not super complicated, but that gives us your interest. We'll reach out to you, talk to you about it. Our cohorts, we're planning 3 cohorts a year. We're in our second one right now. Third cohort starts January, I believe January 5th. We are be somewhere between 12 and 20 candidates in cohort 3. We already have at least 20 applications for that cohort. So if it's something you're interested in, if it's something maybe you can't make January 5th, but you can make it right after that for our next cohort of 2026, go ahead and get your application in now. We'll talk to you. Karan Brown is our Senior VP of Operations, I think is technically his title. Reach out to you, get in contact with you to do an interview discussion. You'll meet with me, possibly you meet with Adam, possibly. And just talk to you about the program itself, how it might fit for you, how it might not. Some people ask, how's it work? How's it work that you have people in all these different states? Our program is officially approved in the state of Missouri. We have other states pending, some big states pending. But the way it works is you become a trainee in the state of Missouri. I don't care where you are. My Beverly in Ohio, guess what? She is a trainee, she is a registered trainee in the state of Missouri. You complete appraisals, properties are located in Missouri. You're not seeing them yourself. We're doing virtual inspections. We're doing appraisals without an actual inspection. That happens. You create, call them non-client appraisals. There's not a lender involved. There's not a loan involved. You're just appraising that property. You get your license in the state of Missouri. You then reciprocate back to your home state. And as Mr. Russell said earlier, I won't say that be a workaround, but it's a workaround. It's legal. We're not breaking any rules. It is absolutely legal. We got this. We had this discussion with the appraisal subcommittee. We had this discussion with states to make sure that we weren't putting anyone out there in a program that wasn't going to work. And we have had some issues. Yes.
So license module.
Correct. Correct.
Third module.
The third module is certification.
Really, I'm negotiating with people to be supervisors. That my cost.
Right. Yeah, it's not cheap. But also for what it is, it's not expensive. You know, providing the opportunity.
What part of Missouri are you?
I'm in Kansas City, God's country. The Missouri side, Kansas City, Missouri. All right, so this here, this guy in the black shirt, that's Dan. He is a certified appraiser in Dallas, and he's amazing. He loves taking people out to look at properties. And what you see right there, the guy in the back in the gray cap, that's John. That's his trainee. That's currently his supervisor trainee. That's there. Then who you see in the front, you got Cameron and Kylie. They're Appraisal U students. So they're going out on inspections with Dan. Dan's showing them the ropes, showing them what to do, having fun with them, takes them out for barbecue. Every time he takes them out for barbecue. And so they're learning both perspectives. They're learning me, the book side, they're learning Dan, the field side. And we have a lot of fun. One of my favorite words as an instructor, what is it, Kevin? Edutainment. Education that also is entertainment. Kevin works with me we teach kissing, but learning doesn't have to be painful. You can learn and you can laugh at the same time. That's kind of neat. This information is just how to apply. We do have, we did just start our second cohort a couple weeks ago. New cohort starts January 5th. We're looking at a November 1st deadline to be sure that we have everybody's paperwork and all of that stuff in place so that we're ready to go January 5th. And before I take questions, I want to give you, I talked to my Appraisal U students and I said, I'm speaking to this group. Tell me in your own words what Appraisal U has been for you or why they should look at a practicum. And this is from my girl Roz. She's in Texas. And of course they told me I could share this with you. And she said, why the practicum model? She said, because it's the ultimate hands-on experience. You get to learn directly alongside seasoned appraisal professionals who have walked the path, leveraged the wisdom of the industry, and gain real-world insights. I should hire her. Adding exposure to the latest technology advancements, and you're not just learning, you're accelerating. Moving towards quicker completion of your training goals. And she should do that for a living. She wrote very well. And then I wanted to get you, hard to do with the microphone in your hand. I want to get you Cameron, who you saw on that prior picture. First of all, he misses me because now he's in the second cohort. He doesn't get to see my smiling face every morning. He said, Appraisal Practicum addresses the old guard by reimagining this specialized field. Practicum makes the appraisal industry available for those of us who lack a custodial contact, meaning in our profession, meaning family. This program moves us closer to a career where individuals can earn their position based on skills, ability, and achievements by putting their talent to work. Can't say it any better than what they said. So that's where we stand right now. What questions can I answer for you about Appraisal U?
Tell us about this stuff. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, sir, you've used your allotment of questions. I'm just sorry. I love questions.
Are you set up for San Antonio, Texas?
Are we set up for San Antonio, Texas? We are Texas all day long.
All right.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. We, as a company, we have appraisers all over the country that are staff appraisers for RSDS. Out of them, many have said, I will be a mentor in Appraisal U. So they're not dedicated, I mean, we don't require it in any way, but if they are in a market where we have a candidate and I reach out and say, hey, would you like to take someone out for the afternoon on some inspection? That's how we do it. That's how we're able to scale it on such a large playing field, is we do have those appraisers in the markets. Chris? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead, right here. Right, and that's a tricky piece right now. We are looking at potentially in the future doing cohorts that maybe are at a different time. Right now, we are that 8 to noon Central Monday through Thursday. So if you can't make 8 to noon Central Monday through Thursday, it's not gonna work for you right now. But in the future, we may move that to some different times. Correct?
You all have a timeline on working on all 50 states or?
Quite honestly, we will probably never go all 50 states, mainly because of the logistics. And as you learned with the state harmonization discussion, states do it differently. And we will probably focus on our major states. We're currently in discussions with, I don't know if I can, Texas and California are our big ones we're working with right now. We're very close to be able to use those states as well. Go ahead.
Follow-up question. So let's say someone wants to do your program and you're applying for reciprocity. You all assist with.
Absolutely. We're holding your hand. We are holding her hand. We recently had an issue with a student that she couldn't get the right documentation she needed for a state. We're right there with her the whole way. Yeah, we'll help you get your trainee license. We cannot guarantee that you will ultimately get a license, because that's on you. You still got to pass your exam. You still got to submit your sample appraisals. This is not a guarantee, but we're going to make it, we're going to help pave the way as best we can all the way. We're right there with you. Skipping. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And again, I can't guarantee there would never be a hiccup down the road. But we've done this as best we can. You would get your license in Missouri. And then you would follow the reciprocity process back to Indiana. Sergio,
Quick point for me to clarify. We talk about reciprocity right now, we're looking at LR, correct?
yes,
When will you be able to offer DR reciprocity?
CR will be when we get the third cohort up and running. And that, we're looking at that, right now there's only Adam and I, so we need a third human. So we can have 3 cohorts going at once. Yeah, there's some states that are CR only, Indiana, Iowa, Florida, Pennsylvania, Illinois. There was a question back here. Yeah. Okay, in the Practicum program, your reports are done for demonstration only. They're not lender based. Your supervisor, the client, is the program. So it's not a traditional lending type appraisal. Some of the people who come through Appraisal U will will come and work for RSDS. Some will not. There is absolutely no requirement for you to do that. You can pay your money to the Practicum program, get your experience hours, go get your license, go put your shingle out. You absolutely can. We do offer an RSDS scholarship option, which then would require you to work for a certain time frame. I think it's a year for RSDS. Then in the ADI program, your ADI scholarship pays for the Practicum. You can go do whatever it is you want to do. You are not in any way required to work for RSDS. We get that question a lot because we do have so many appraisers. I mean, I love the company. I don't know why you'd want to work anywhere else, but it is not in any way a requirement. And now wait, is there compensation for those appraisals? No, not in that situation because we're not being compensated for the appraisals. And that's kind of one of the cool things about it. If you're working with the supervisor trainee, you got deadlines because you got a client waiting for that report. You got a loan waiting on that report. In Appraisal U, there's nobody waiting on it except us. So you can take your time, you can ask the questions, you can do that extra level of digging that is easier to do when there's not a clock behind your head. Right here.
Okay, so minimum amount of education you have prior to applying for your.
Right. So good question. Thank you for bringing me to that. In order to apply for Appraisal U, in order to start in our Practicum program, you have to have your 79 hours finished. That's principles, that's procedures, that's USAP, and that's your supervisor trainee course. Those have to be finished because that's what you got to have in order to get a trainee license. And the hours can't start counting until you have trainee license. So, got to have those 79 hours done. Some people come in with all of it done, all of your qualifying it done. The requirement's the 79, and then by the time you finish the cohorts 101 and 201, you'll have to have the rest of your qualifying education finished. It helps if you do that earlier rather than later anyway. Yes.
Yeah, and then brings you up the license level.
That's license level.
Not certain.
Yep. Yep. Other questions right here.
So I know you were talking about the college. What are the other, or what, how much is scholarship for?
If you are an RSDS sponsored student, that covers your entire tuition.
Oh, what happened?
That you would apply for online as well through the Appraisal U program. Say that. We do offer, education through McKissick just as a partnership with them. I don't know that I can say, a lot of it is based on need. We're constantly assessing where our appraisers are around the country. And are you in a market where we have demand? You know, where ultimately, if you do finish the program and you do work with us, do we have work for you in your market? And a lot of places, yes, that is the answer. Not everywhere, but it would be a factor.
I have just hours, about 200 hours. If I did something, or what do I need for?
I won't say they went to waste because you learned a lot from them, but as far as would that like let you opt out a part of the practicum? No. The whole practicum is the 1,000 hours total. Like one of our candidates, Cameron from Texas, he had already worked with a supervisor. But he wanted to learn more, and he's like, I know there's, you know, I've learned one point of view. So he has, you know, kind of bonus hours, you could call it. I don't know that he gets anything for those bonus hours, but he does have the experience. Yes, yes. $1,000 hours for license, 1,500 for certified. Yep. Right now, the program is staged for license because we want to get it off the ground going. But then ultimately we will bring in certified. Probably sooner than later. Oh, we always need appraisers in Arizona.
I don't know.
Oklahoma, probably. I'd have to look at our stats because we look at numbers, you know, how much we turn down volume in different states, but probably.
This would be
a hypothetical.
It's not perfect. Yes. Please.
Certification, licensing and certification rules are very nuanced, so I don't want to speak overly general. But there is nothing that says you cannot do practicum for your license and then traditional supervisor training for your certification. Some states allow you to get licensed and then work as a licensed appraiser for an X amount of time, and then upgrade to your certification by passing the exam, etc. So it's one of those things like you really need to look at the specific states involved and the specific processes involved. I don't want to misspeak. Yeah, it's always a good one. Yes, go ahead.
What you get on the supervisor work, and then are they comments?
Right now, they are a staff appraiser for our company, which means we hold them to a pretty high level. They are not supervisors of record, so they don't have to meet that X number of years of experience, all that kind of stuff. In fact, some of the ones we have that are really awesome are people that just got their credential because they've been right where they are and they're eager to share this profession that they are in that they love so much already. So it's nothing says you got to have 3 years experience, 5 years experience. As of yet, they have really pretty much volunteered their time. They're going on an inspection anyway. Bring somebody with them. A lot of times it's a vacant house, so it's not like there's a homeowner standing there going, are you guys finished yet? I have some rehabbers that I work with extensively in Kansas City, and we go on field trips there. It may be virtual. What? Rehabbers, flippers.
Flipper.
Flipping isn't always bad. They buy a house in need of repair, they repair it, and then they sell it. Oh, sorry. If you're in a appraising long enough, everybody needs to talk about that. But so they let us come and use their properties, and we can take all the time in the world measuring that. May have a couple of people on Zoom. I may have one person in real life. We may be doing it. We're working all together. Yeah.
Wait, if each supervisor can only have 3 trainees, how can you have multiple trainees?
And this is not a supervisor trainee model. The practicum is your supervisor. You do not have a single human who is your supervisor. The program is your supervisor. These are just people who are going to take you on an inspection and kind of show you what they do.
Yeah.
So the 1 to 3, that's out the window in this model. We're approved for up to 20 per cohort. Yes.
What's wrong
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Appraiser, I don't. And as demand comes in, and as we see the need, and as we see what's going on with it, we may move to an evening, a weekend cohort, something along those lines. That's definitely a possibility. We will take it under advice. But that's good to know. That's good to know. Not everybody's free. I've talked a lot about my girl Beverly. She's got a toddler sitting on this knee and one sitting on this shoulder when she takes class. She's putting somebody's hair up. She's while she's learning. So it makes for some flexibility. Right now, that time is kind of the rough spot. But thinking about it, it's in my mind now. All right. What else we got? What time is it? Oh, we got 2 minutes left. So Melissa, the other practicum lady in the room, let's hear it. What's that? Thank you, Melissa. You did as well. Yep. Thank you.
Are you the only company offering practicum?
Right now, Melissa offers practicum in Mississippi, and West Virginia. Yeah, so we're basically the two. Yeah. We don't be really sad. Gosh, Renee. All right, so I'm here till tomorrow night. Reach out to me, connect with me on this Hive thing, LinkedIn. So we have a great LinkedIn presence. Adam, who I've talked to quite a bit, or talked about quite a bit, he posts some great content of what we do in appraisal. You check me out on there, connect, we'll stay in touch.
Thanks, Julie. All right, we have a 30-minute break, and then when we come back, we're gonna have Paul come up and talk about the PAREA program, and then we're gonna have Josh talk about Workfile and how important that is. So come back in about 30 minutes. And we'll get started again.
Yeah. There doesn't need to be. I mean, we're all in-person adults here. They can just sign one. It sounds like y'all already got it figured out. Huh? Is there any coffee in any of the rooms right now? I don't know. Fucking going down Starbucks like 30 minutes just to get a damn coffee. I know. Well, there was some just out. Did they pick it up? I didn't see. I was just didn't walk out there. Man, I don't know. I hadn't had any in a minute. But I was pounding it earlier. Is this recording? Yeah, I'm streaming it for them. To who? Just to other trainees that can't be here. It's not a wave or nothing. I had to do that when I was on MTV. No, I'm selling all your shit. I'm not giving you any money. I still can't find that up. Did I ever tell you about that? When I was stationed in Pendleton? Well, you told me, you showed me the video of the concert. No, this is different. This is, we run. So, you remember the show Engaged and Underage on MTV? Okay, cool. So there was a pastorette party that came into a bar that we were at, just me and a bunch of Marines. Of course, buying them all drinks, right? Buying them car bombs and shit. Forgetting completely about the underage part of Engaged and Underage. So they had us sign a waiver because they put us on the actual show. Yeah, we were buying them all drinks because it was their bachelor party and bachelorette party. And they were underage. Yeah. And then there was the bride came up to us and asked if we wanted to go back to their hotel with them. And we said no immediately. but they cut that part out of the show. So it makes it look like they brought a bunch of Marines back to the fucking lot. That's messed up. Yeah, it was rough, dude. My buddy saw it, he's like, you did not look good in the show. All right.
I'm good, man. Thank you.
Plug in HDMI, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll wait till this.
Let's go see if I can find you some more.
Chris.
I did that over we look at it, we go, oh, that was over there.
So immediately, Tulsa County, yeah. Who was? Yeah. Trying to look at my, annual, tax.
Reading these guys every single. You can't have the properties.
Yes. Yes.
Really? If they just. But with my. If you.
I saw it. No, that's my most profitable area. I experienced this. So, I go in and rehab homes, undesirable areas. West Peoria, north of 36. No, not in Washington. On the other side, west of 75. West of 75, where the.
So the most high. Yeah. So. Yeah, other side. So, I rehab them and I went out well. Sometimes tenants can be challenging. Yes. I was heavily involved in politics. What that time? Sorry? Medical. Oh, okay. Okay. So, I'm a really quick broker. So, that thank you. So I was heavily involved with the real estate. First time I That's a good answer. About 20 pages. So you're training now? I will not smile.
Gotcha. It's not mine.
That's why I started.
Huh? I'm not trying to. I'm just light right now. Hey, thank you.
There wouldn't be a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm going into it this year with at least revenue meeting out. I feel like I've stayed up on my normal workouts this year. All right, you good?
I made it good.
Open it. That's what. Good.
Where's, Greg's presentation?
Greg is.
Well, is there a place I can?
You can drop, I can send you a Dropbox link, so I'm gonna be leaving tomorrow, but I'll make sure that we've got it downloaded onto this conference laptop and I can be running that. Okay. You're welcome to test it tonight if you want to give me tonight. But just email it to me or I can do this right
Yeah,
now.
you probably need to send, I don't think I can email it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna share this with you. Or. Here, I can give you a thumb drive.
I could, yeah, I thought I brought it, but I didn't. I must have taken it out of my. This one of those, because I have fours and traffic everywhere.
Oh, I've got them all over. I hope these are.
None of them have your bank account.
No, I was gonna say, I don't recognize that one. This one I know is LIA. You can use that one.
All right.
Let me know if you have any issues with it.
So what's the overlap between you and your wife? You get home and then when does she leave?
She, will have already left. And I'm
Oh.
getting the kids from my mother-in-law. So, yeah. Yeah, let me.
She gonna be there.
Hers is just on Monday and Tuesday. Are you fucking kidding me?
She's gonna be gone, like you have to be on for like a week.
Yeah. At the birthday party today did me in. I was like, you shouldn't have committed to going to a birthday party by yourself.
That's a good point.
With she's like, I know. She understood. All right. So mess up what I got going on over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I mean, get my head fixed, or maybe not. But.
Charger.
Dinner reservation.
Hey. You like the,
I'm tired of being on.
Hey, y'all, this is recording. So you know.
Oh.
Who was?
Don't say it.
I just realized this has been recording the whole time.
That's it really.
I'm sorry.
So I shouldn't talk about the last time we were in Vegas?
Give this next one, and then come back.
Yeah. With Josh?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Josh. can be-
Yeah.
Okay, great.
45 and then that'll start back.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Jerry. Floyd itch.
Came in this morning.
I'm sitting out here and I said it. And they didn't say a thing. I was sitting, but I was right beside it. But.
It sounded fine when I got there too.
So what were you doing with it? It was.
Yeah. All right. Right.
Yeah. That really could be more, but that's not what our. I never questioned. What our guys.
How do I know what's important to you? You never did this at school?
Yeah.
What my point, like, look your eyes, I'm like, completely different than what I'm looking, right? And but we can both say orange, but that could look like a blue bag if I was looking through your eyes. There you go, yes, sir. Yeah, correct. I just had I had to do one of those color blocks.
Very heavy.
Very concept. Popular now.
They always just busted on, that's what they do. More smarter before you start, we might help you presentation.
Get some smarties. You went for it.
I'd set it up, so I said, I'm gonna take advantage of it.
About 30 minutes.
I know.
You recording too?
Oh, yeah. Huh?
On purpose. On purpose. I thought I had to do it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I was like, oh, so sorry. And then I was like, oh no.
Hey, okay, I was gonna email you. You got it on here?
I think so.
Perfect. That'd be.
I should have probably doubled, but everything looks okay. Right?
It's all good. I will get it on there. Just, This,
I spent $40 in your mouth. I got my mouth. That's how
I just have gotten so used to Max and doing these things, but yeah, it's a long learning curve. I do appreciate your, I'm the same way. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put it in the Dropbox. I have it on. Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Kevin. Do we need to, if you want to test it later, we're gonna be in there testing later. If you want to.
I can't do the web. And I have my. You want me to get it?
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for coming back. There's always a little bit of concern. You have a break for a half hour, and the hope that is we don't lose like half or everybody out of the room. Although we did have such great information in the first amount of time. So again, would like to thank those that contributed. I think I just scared Pete right out of the room, saw him. But a big thank you to those that have come and shared information. I was thinking if I was sitting in the trainee as a trainee and aspiring trainee, such valuable information. There's an entire space, you know, and John Russell, you know, with whatever the John Russell show is or will be. You know, you've got the mortgage appraisal space that is probably most familiar because it's something that most of us have had some interaction or engagement with. But, you know, as John pointed out, there's a whole lot of other type of appraisal work that is done and needs for that as well. Kevin, I was just talking with out there in the hall, the first presenter from the Pinellas County Assessor's Office. I know of counties where there are more appraisers in the assessor's office than there are independent fee appraisers in that like live and reside in that county. There's just a lot more of that kind of need for appraisal services than sometimes we realize because we just think in this one little space. So what we've wanted to accomplish here is broaden your perspective on the need for appraisers, the way that appraisers can work out there in the space. I do independent fee work, I do mortgage work. I'm not speaking ill of that in any way, but there's just a lot of need for valuation services in a lot of ways that sometimes you may not think about. And fortunately, there's more than one pathway to get the experience, to get the licensed and certified credential requirements than there used to be. So Julie did a great job talking about Practicum. Excited to hear from Paul about PAREA and other experience-related insights that he'll have. So with that, Paul, we'll kick it to you and go from there.
Sure thing. Hey guys, my name is Paul Ryll. Real quick before I get started, I'd like to ask y'all some questions. How many appraisers do we actually have in the room? I just want to know who I'm talking to, how I can kind of gear this presentation. Okay, and people who are wanting to get into the industry, right? Okay, so we have a lot of those. Perfect. Do we have any people who are actually trainees as of right now? Trainees. Okay, so I got a good cross section of a bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. So where do I get started? All right. My name is Paul Ryll, as I said. Let's go over the agenda real quick for this presentation. It is a 45-minute presentation, probably going to be condensed a little bit more. So if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. But we're gonna really just kind of go over who, what, where, when, why, how, and then some questions about PAREA. We're gonna talk about PAREA in general, what the program is, what the history is, and stuff like that, why it became a program, a pathway from the AQB. And then we're gonna talk about our specific PAREA program a little bit. I will tell you that we are in approval process right now. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll have approval, but we're not fully approved. Appraisal Institute has a PAREA program, and a lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about today gears towards their program as well. Okay, so again, meeting format. I want this to be a guided discussion. We're a small enough group. We can ask some questions. We can talk about stuff however we need to. So just let me know if you have any questions as I'm going through this process. All right, who? So first question, right? Who is this? Who am I giving a presentation to you guys? So my name is Paul Ryll. I'm a certified general appraiser. My education, formal education, I was 8 years in the Marines,
how many veterans we have? We have a lot. I know Barry, there it is. Yeah, yep, obviously, any of the trainees, veterans? No, any aspiring trainees? Okay. Southern New Hampshire University on the GI Bill is where I got my undergrad, and then I went to Johns Hopkins to get a Master of Science in Real Estate and Infrastructure. Thank you. I wasn't expecting, but I appreciate it. My personal experience, I was a trainee from 2011 to 2013. I got out of the Marines, I got off active duty in 2007. You can kind of see the gap there. I was kind of a knucklehead for 4 years, and then found the appraisal industry. Like a lot of us, as you guys know the story, my dad was an appraiser. So I ended up working with him for 2 years and got away from that as soon as I could, because working with family is an absolute nightmare, as some people have said in the past. Especially trying to get your dad to pay you. That's the worst thing. I formed Oscar My Group in 2014, and I was a one-man shop. It was just me. I was doing cookie cutter lending stuff because that's all I knew. That's all I knew from my mentor, who was my dad, right? And then 2015 is when I ended up going to Hopkins. I came back and I started kind of the appraisal firm. So we started training appraisers in 2016. I've trained quite a number of them in a couple different states. They are now certified appraisers. Most of them work with me still. Some of them have gone off on their own. But they are FHA appraisers, VA appraisers, people who are still in the industry. So we expanded geographically in 2021. So we expanded geographically residential wise. And we are now in South Carolina, North Carolina, Texas, and Colorado, and California. We do some work as well. And then, thank you for nodding your head. Like sorry, everybody. This is Sierra, by the way. She's the chief operating officer of the company, so she's going to be kind of guiding me as well because she's the boss. Anyway, and then we do commercial work too. So as I said, I'm a certified general appraiser. I'm a certified general appraiser for the past about a year and a half now. And really been working on a lot more commercial things, from multifamily, we've done industrial stuff, and we've done it across state lines. I'm certified in Maryland as well, because we had a divorce case up there, we litigation, stuff like that. So if that's an opportunity, as Jeff was saying, because there are so many different avenues for this profession, please feel free to ask me about this stuff too. Organizations. So I'm a member of a lot of organizations and try to do a lot of stuff with the appraisal industry. I'm a member of the Appraisal Institute, just got a green certification from them. They had a great course that I went through, and actually ended up paying for itself, because we have some green stuff that we're doing as soon as I get home. I got an inspection on Thursday of a net zero home that I got to do, and it came from green certification. So Appraisal Foundation, I'm work with TAFAC, which is the Appraisal Foundation Advisory Council. IAC recently, which is the Industry Advisory Council. RICS, which is, I'm a designated member of RICS, which is the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors out of Great Britain. Of course, National Association of Appraisers. Yay! And then also SCPAC, South Carolina Professional Appraisers Coalition. I'm telling you all this not to kind of toot my own horn or anything, just to say that we are plugged in everywhere. And all the information that you get today is going to be kind of real-time information. And if you have any questions about anything going on in the appraisal industry, it would be a good resource for that as well. All right, so what is PAREA? So PAREA, at a glance, this is just kind of a statement that I had ChatGPT help me out. It's a structured technology-enabled mentor-guided program that lets candidates earn experience credits through real-world simulation and completion of use path compliance report. Okay, PAREA is self-paced, so you can work on Saturday, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So it's a self-paced program that you can go through. You complete use path assignments. You get trained by mentors. A couple different structures of how we do that, and I'll talk about the how of how we do that in a little bit as well. So the where, right? This is directly from the AQB website. You guys can go see this in real time. This is per it says on top, I got this today, but it's per the 15th of August. If you can't see this, the dark blue is the adopted. The light blue is rulemaking in progress for future adoption. And then the green is discussing PAREA. So we got some green down here. But yeah, so it's, in a lot of states, it's already adopted for, all or some. But this is a good resource for you to go directly to the ATB website to find out that. So a little bit about the when. In 2020, we had exposure drafts that were going around for PAREA that had a lot of comments on it. And then the AQB ended up adopting PAREA on October 16th, 2020, making it effective as of January 1st, 2021. So it's a fairly new program, right? So this pathway is about 4 years old. So we have, like I said, we have one in the space. Appraisal Institute has their PAREA program out there, and then we would be the second. And I'm not sure if anybody else is developing another one, but yeah, so we do have a couple options within PAREA. So why open the new pathway? This is kind of where I can lose some appraisers, but we had a shortage of appraisers for a long time. In 2020, and I'll just tell you from our personal experience, 2020 and 2021, did anybody try to refi or buy a house? Yeah. How long did it take you to get your appraisal? Do you remember?
Weeks and weeks.
It was normal time for you?
But I mean, like, I knew it was gonna be about 2 weeks.
Yeah, so we got to the point in the upstate of South Carolina, and I know in other places, where we were quoting out 60 days to get an appraisal. And it was because we had so many on our desk at the time. We put everything kind of in the queue, but we were quoting those, but we were still getting those orders as well because they couldn't find anybody else to do this. So if you were trying to refi a house, if you were trying to get a rate lock, if you were trying to purchase a home, and you were trying to, you had to get an appraisal for it, most likely you were waiting for a very long time. The fees were increasing, right? Because once you start quoting stuff like that, you're increasing fees, and the fees were increasing for appraisers, which ended up coming down to the homeowners who were doing refis and everything else. And then appraiser ghosting was such a big deal. What that is basically an appraiser taking a assignment and then never communicating back anything. They just have the assignment sitting there, and they didn't have any communication back to the client. It was such a big deal that they were actually talking about putting verbiage in use pack about appraiser ghosting, but it ended up, it's more of a business decision than, yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, it is.
You said that you didn't understand. So then like, it didn't get like, the lender, like, he didn't get a response for you now.
So yeah, so I mean, that again, that goes back to the business decision. Most likely they were getting kicked off the panels, but they didn't really care because they had so many other people that were knocking on their door to come do appraisal. So, you know, it ended up, obviously business-wise, it'll end up biting them in the rear end because, you know, once everything starts getting slow again, then you lose those clients. But during that time, we had a number of people who were contacting the firm. I mean, up in the upstate, we have a couple upstate appraisers here that were like, look, we have this due date because somebody had ghosted us. We don't have an appraiser. Can you get it done? And then, yeah, but of course it's a rush fee. So I'm charging a little extra. So then the fees go up, et cetera, right? So we had that issue going forward when it came to the appraisal industry, 2020, 2021. And then another reason for other pathways is a lack of diversity, right? Now, I'm not gonna really get into this, but the big thing about the lack of diversity was the barriers to entry. Because of me, I had my father that got me in the industry, right? And I would go to conferences in you know, 2014, 2015, and I look around and I'm the youngest by 112 years old, right? So it was, I mean, it was an issue at the time. So, sorry to all my appraiser friends in here. But because of that, obviously we had a problem with appraisers who were retired. And there was a little bit of a pivot to what's going to happen next, and which led to other pathways, which led to practicums. Oh shit, where's Miss Melissa? Oh, okay, I thought she was in here. Which led to practicums, which led to PAREA program, which led to stuff like this. So now why us? Why are we doing this? So this is kind of where I'm going to get into a little bit of how we do things, why we're doing this, etc. So again, you heard about my firm. PAREA was something when they first came out with it. I had these big giant Post-its that I put in my office, right? I'll put them on the wall and I'll lock myself in the office if I'm going through a business plan, right? Business idea. So I broke down everything that I wanted to do with PAREA 3 years ago. And I just never had a chance to follow through because we were so busy with everything, right? So I had the idea to do it. I only had 3 trainees at the time, right? Because you're only allowed to have 3 trainees. Sidebar, a couple years ago, I did go to the state of South Carolina, and they allowed me through my training program to have up to 8 trainees. So we have a history in doing training stuff. But what really happened was, I guess it was a few months ago, we were at TAFAC, and I went to infrastructure symposium at Johns Hopkins because of alumni and just wanted to catch up with some of the people there. And I started talking to some tech people, telling them about the industry issues we have with the appraisal stuff. And really, they gave me great advice on how to build a program, what we should do, and stuff like that, which really kind of hit that light bulb above my head. And we really started building right at that point and moving forward with the program. So that's kind of the why we're doing it, because we absolutely think it's needed and because it's possible. All right, story time. I'll try to keep it short. See, so we had this bar in Greenville called City Tavern. City Tavern. Okay, I know you two are probably familiar. Anybody else familiar with Greenville, South Carolina City Tavern? Didn't think so. So it's a dive bar in the middle of downtown Greenville. It's been there forever. Everybody's got a dive bar in the town, right? So it had their regulars. Their regulars would come in every night. They would spend a lot of money, you know, on $2 Miller Lights and shots of whiskey and stuff like that. Well, Greenville started building up all around it, right? It started getting really commercial. And Scott, who was the owner of City Tavern, this is the old pictures. This is what it used to look like. This is what the outside looked like. It was this teal metal. I'm not really sure how he got that, but they used to call it delightfully tacky. Was their on the radio. I remember listening to it on the radio. Anyway, so Scott decided, I'm gonna redo my City Tavern. So he does. All the outside looks obviously brand new, like every other downtown does now, right? He put it's a bad picture, I'm sorry. But the chalk, where you're writing, everybody's gone into these pubs nowadays, and you got the placards with the beer on it and stuff that you can change out, make it fancy. You got to get your French fries in a cone, right? For some reason. But the problem is that Scott lost all of his dive bar content, right? No one wanted to come in there anymore. Yes, you get tourists and stuff that come in there, but he was really trying to kind of reinvent how he did things that made him successful. I personally don't believe the supervisor training method is broken. We hear that all the time. I don't think it's broken. I think you have to have the right supervisor, of course. And I don't want to reinvent the wheel when I'm building a program, because I'm afraid it could get away from me like this dude, Scott, right? Did I land that? Was that good? Yeah? All right, cool. All right, good analogy? You like it? Score. Cool. I actually did think about this on the plane here. On the plane to Dallas. All right, so how do we do it? What time I got? Do I have any questions at this point? No? I'm doing a great job or terrible? All right, so how do we do it? We use proven methods. Now, this is where the presentation kind of gets a little bit more, I'm not going to have as much data on our program as I wanted to because I'm not approved yet, okay? Well, if I was approved, then hopefully we're going to show you a demo and all that stuff, but just so you know, this is going to be kind of generic information, but I'm going to try to give you as much as I can for you guys to understand how this program works. It's mentor focused. That's the biggest thing about our program. So one of the biggest benefits to our company is that we all collaborate. So we have people in this room who are all on our Ring Central groups, kind of like Slack, Microsoft Teams. We have different groups and stuff like that where we put in questions and everything else. So we're very mentor focused in the fact that you're going to have real-time communication with mentors, with a group of mentors. In fact, we got Jeff Whaley, Brian Goydich, we got Melinda, we got Barry. These are all people we're going to be working with. So people in this room right now are going to be working with us on this PAREA program. So it's more like, instead of one mentor for a certain amount of trainees or students, it's the other way around. It's 20 mentors per one student, because you're going to get a chance to talk to them and get different perspectives. Everybody does things different, right? My biggest goal is to get you as much information as I can so that you can develop your opinion. I don't need everybody getting out there and hitting the street and appraising the exact same way I do. I don't want that. I want you to develop your opinion because it might be different in your markets, right? What works in Greenville, South Carolina, we use depreciated costs for a lot of things. That might not work where you are. You might want to do regression analysis. You might want to do other things, you know? But we're going to give you as much information as possible for you to be able to develop your own opinion and how you appraise, right? Make sense? Repetition. So repetition, I should put something, repetition and you build on it. What? Oh, question?
Oh, I did have a question.
Yeah, hey,
I heard you said that.
I'm gonna use the time to drink water, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was saying that, you said that there was 20 mentors per one person. So is there like an active program like part?
So we're gonna start small. Remember, this is just us. We don't have this big organization behind us or anything else. We want to make sure everybody gets as good education as they can. So we're gonna start small and we're thinking about 15 starting out. Then we are going to figure out our bandwidth from there. And if we start adding more, we can, right? Sky's the limit for us because if we determine that, you know, we can get this done pretty quickly, there's going to be time caps for you. So we want you to get through this program as efficiently as possible, of course, too. Like don't want you to get in and then still be in 3 years later, right? We want you to get the information and go at your own pace, but go at a pace that will get you to the end. So hopefully we can start that rotation. And it's not a cohort. It's going to be as needed, I guess, you know, like yeah, as they graduate, we could put in somebody else, you know, that type of stuff. So yeah. So repetition, you're really going to be building on writing an appraisal report. Now, the qualifications, the minimum qualifications for AQB is writing 3 USPAP compliant appraisals. LR, in our LR program, you're going to do 9. In our CR program, you're going to do 12. And they're all going to start at the very beginning by doing analysis, and then you start building on that, okay? So, for instance, your first assignment is going to be doing a piece of vacant land. Your second assignment is going to be doing traditional house on vacant. Yes, sir.
What software are you using?
Total. Yes, sir. Yeah, the reason for that is because I have used Total my whole career, and it's easy for me to teach on something I've used for the longest time than trying to switch to something else, kind of changing the tire on a highway type deal, you know?
There's just a lot, that's why a lot.
And we're providing it.
There's a lot of different.
Yes, sir.
Software is coming out.
Exactly. And I can even talk a little bit about 3.6 too. And one of the questions that we had from one of our mentors actually in the group when we had a big group chat is if a mentor uses a different software, it's really not going to matter that much because what they're going to be reviewing is going to be PDF. So they're going to see the PDF reports of the students. Man. Oh, sorry. Yes, 9 + 3. I'm sorry. Yes. So it's 9, and then once if you're on the certified track, you got 3 more. Correct. Yep. Absolutely.
We will provide our students with software.
Yeah,
so it's not their responsibility.
You're not paying for it. We're providing. Correct. Yep. Absolutely. Good question. So yeah, so repetition building. Breaking some eggs is something that I've always done with my trainings. You've got to I get them writing reports immediately, as soon as I can, right? So you have to make the mistakes. Kind of walking you through everything, and then at the end of that, you are writing the reports yourself. So your first 3 reports might look like garbage, but it's okay. Because then you're going to check in with the mentor. We're going to talk about it. We're going to figure out what's going on. And if it's enough to where it's like, you know what, we got to go back. Let's do another 1 through 3. We have assignments for those as well. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. Repetition, getting these things done. And it's also not something that's going to be crazy, you know, a crazy time commitment for 3 more assignments because they're going to be very similar to the ones you just did. Okay, sir.
Are you guys going to be actually going out and measuring the actual housing, or is that already?
So we have, no, it's not going to already be done, but that's the biggest hurdle that we had, of course, is inspections. And what we did is we're working with a VR company. So we have a virtual reality company that built properties for us. So you're gonna be able to move around the VR platform, go into the house. You're gonna see the different finishes. You're gonna see granite countertops. You're gonna see what type of flooring it is. But they're also gonna have the measurements. So you're gonna have VR on one screen, software on another, and you're gonna be sketching out yourself, because that's kind of the best way I could think of to make it as realistic as possible. Yeah. So yeah, and then constant communication. I talked about Ring Central, the groups that we have. It is, you know, let's say somebody's a night out. Let's say, sir, your Saturdays are night out, right? And you're working at 1 a.m. on Saturday. I promise you, I have an appraiser. I don't know why he does this. He always works on the weekends in the middle of the night. He'll be up for any of your questions. If you end up typing in a question on Ring Central, Jack will be up and he'll be able to answer it, I promise. It's weird, man. Yeah, exactly. And there's another night out soon. So, but absolutely. So that's the best thing about this. You're not waiting. If you have a question on an assignment, you don't want to wait a couple days to get back, right? You want to get this done. You want to keep moving forward. And we want you to move forward too. Because it's real time, you know, out of sight, out of mind, I kind of worry about sometimes too. When you're in it, I don't like to start a report and then leave and then come back and finish a report. If I sit down to do a report, I'm trying to do the whole report. And that's just kind of how my brain works, right? So yeah, going back to what you have to do. Yeah. I have a commercial report on my desk right now. I've been trying to do since I've been here. And it's probably taking me, it'll probably take me another 8 hours to do if I would have just sat down and actually did the whole report. Just because that's how I am. So I figure train like that, right? Let's try to make a ways for you guys to have constant communication. If you have a question, ask the question. Somebody will be up, somebody will be working, somebody will be at the desk. It goes to our phones. She's always on her phone. Answering stuff. I don't know.
My job.
It's your job. I guess it's a good thing. But you're always gonna have answers and constant communication. It's going well. And then this is one of the biggest differences, I think, because you're gonna have real world stuff. You're gonna have access to MLS, actual MLS. The big thing about PAREA is it's experience, right? We need you to get the right experience. You guys are gonna find it. Okay, before I say this, how many realtors are here? Okay, sorry. You're gonna see, at least in certain markets, that we have a hard time with realtors deciphering between above grade and below grade. What's finished, what's unfinished, right? Where to put this information. And you have to kind of be a detective when you're doing this stuff to figure out exactly what it is. You're gonna go in the documents, you're gonna look at it and be like, oh, okay, this was measured by Cubicasa. You're gonna learn all this stuff, right? So you're gonna actually have real listings that you're gonna be working with and doing these appraisal reports like you really, really would out in the field, okay? And that's kind of how we're trying to do it to make it as realistic as possible. Sure.
What about experience credit? Is it almost your states that you're doing it, or are other states going to be accepting that?
So back to that map, all those dark blue ones are the ones that have adopted it. And then the ones that I can go back for where are you at, sir? Florida. Actually, I hate doing this, but I'm gonna have to ask Scott. But if anybody don't know, Scott is one of the most knowledgeable people about PAREA that I know. So a lot of times I need to ask him. Florida, is that fully adopted? There you go. So Florida.
So you would be doing another appraisal in another state, they're gonna be accepting that.
Yes, because it's through the PAREA program. Yes, sir. So yeah, real world data. Okay. Yes. Correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But you'll be able to really search for the information. So real life comps is what you'll be able to search for.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. And we'll provide all that access for you and all your logins and everything else. There'll be kind of an orientation when you get started to get everything ready to go. Yeah. Something else that came up in Practicum as well. With this, if you're going through this program and stuff like that, if there's no obligation to work with us or do, you guys do whatever you want to do when you're going through this process. How I do, I'm just going to tell you real quick how I do work with my trainees. There's no contract, there's no obligation. I put them through my training course. And then when they're done, if they'd like to continue to work with us, we sit down and have a conversation and then go from there. But if you want to go off on your own, we have an entrepreneurship module at the end. It'll teach you how to form your own. So it's a little bit different. In LR, it's a little bit more bare than the CR. And in the CR, you're going to learn a lot of marketing. You're going to learn a lot of fee appraiser stuff, like basically how we did what we did with my firm. And then with the LR, you're going to learn, tax preparation. You're going to learn how to set up your LLC. You're going to learn all sorts of stuff like that. So you'll have the tools to finish here and go off on your own if you'd like. So, sir.
How long does it take to go through the program if you're at?
So we have.
Can you work at me? Can you go something 6 months or something? 2 years? I mean, wow, what's the shortest time you can someone get it?
We haven't had anybody go through it because we're not approved yet.
Oh, that's right.
But to answer your question, we have put caps on everything. We want to make it as realistic as possible, right? So if you're doing an assignment, you have a due date, right? And you can do that whenever you want. I don't think you're going to have a problem doing one assignment in 14 days. For us, it's one assignment in 4 days, right? That type of stuff. So going through the timeline, I think it was 7 months as the most, right? 7 months for LR, 9 months for CR, because you get those extra 3. We understand family emergencies, stuff like that. Talk to us if you have any issues like that. Now, something that'll happen, let's say you hit that 14 days and you haven't turned something in yet. Basically what'll happen is the software will stop and you won't be able to get back in until we have a conversation about what happened, right? So again, we want to make sure that you're going through this program at a quick pace, but yeah, so that's hopefully answer your question. Sir. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Now, we know the approval process probably might take a little bit longer. It might take a little longer than that, but I'm trying to answer every question that I have with the AQP as soon as possible. But we'll see, I'm hoping 2 weeks, but I know it could be 6 months. It could be a year. I don't know. I doubt it, but we're working. Yeah, of course. See what else I got. So this is just a reminder from me. It's a structured experience. I did not use ChatGPT for this. It's my words. It is a structured experience, and your career is up to you after that. This goes back to what Mr. Jeff was talking about, because there are so many different pathways when you get done with this. You get to this, you get to LR, you get to CR, then you can do so many different things. Something we're doing is we're bringing our firm to the ASA conference, different conference, American Society of Appraisers, because they do a lot of different things. They do personal property, business value. I'm going to be sitting in the business valuation stuff, but it's to broaden their horizons in case anybody in the firm wants to get into something different. There's so many different things that you can do. I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday at the Nacho Daddy, great name for restaurant, at the Nacho Daddy place, about who wanted to do just healthcare, real estate, like healthcare type stuff, right? Which I think is fantastic, but that's because she had the experience in the health, there it is, the experience in the healthcare industry. And that's something that you can definitely do, right? So, it's not just residential appraising. You can do so many other things, and never discount a network and where it can take you, because I didn't start moving forward in my career until I started coming to these things, until I started meeting Melinda and Barry and everybody at South Carolina first, and then coming out here, meeting Miss Pam and everybody else. So never discount a network, and always take the opportunity to use a network, right? Back to our program, that's kind of what you have here, is a built-in network, because once you get done, we're not kicking you loose. You're still with us. You can still ask us questions. You can still be in the Ring Central group. You can still talk to us. Maybe you want to do commercial stuff and you want to come work with us on commercial stuff for a little bit, right? You have a built-in network at this point. So that's something else that I think is pretty beneficial with a program such as this. And the Appraisal Institute, because obviously that's a huge network as well. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. You're exactly right.
There's
We
a
have-
lot of gifts in ours.
We
so-
have, yeah. But we have an issue with FHA manufactured home skirting. We've been trying to figure out, right? And we have somebody who's gonna be another mentor, Mr. Don Curry. He's going directly to the FHA to find this information. And he's been doing this forever too. So yes, you're exactly right. It's even today, we're still asking questions. Something else that, real quick, and I'll get to you, something else Sierra told me to point out is we have weekly meetings, right? So you're gonna have a weekly meeting with me, with Sierra, and with all the other students in the program. I don't care if you just started or if you're about to finish. We're gonna have weekly meetings. We're gonna discuss anything going on, real time, anything going on in the news and stuff like that. And then we'll have, what else? What else are we gonna do? Webinars. A lot of software providers are gonna come on and do some webinars with us once a quarter, right? So you guys can see the other software, how the other software does things. We're not trying to just make you do everything the same way we do. Again, it goes back to forming your own opinion about what's gonna work in your market best. Sir.
Excuse me, I may have missed.
No, hit me.
Question is, have you already established your roster?
No, sir.
We.
Perfect question. Email me. I purposely did not put my email up here because if you want my information, I have cards. I'll give you a card. I want to shake your hand first and then talk about it and everything else.
Pull it up so that they can add their email.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do that. It's www.omgparea.com. Yeah. OMG. Oscar Mike Group. I lost that fight. That's what she wanted. So. Yeah, but yes, so that when you go there, there's a landing page. You can put your information in there. But then also, yeah, come up and talk to me. We got cards and stuff like that. Yeah. And the reason we're not really have a roster yet is because we want to make sure we're approved first, right? We want to get the approval because, like I said, it takes 2 weeks or 6 months. We don't want anybody waiting on us. You know what I mean? So we definitely want to have that done and then go forward. Ma'am. So we do not have a fee structure just yet. That's another thing we were waiting on approval because I'm going through finances again. I wanted to kind of get this to the finish line and then now I'm going to work on finance, but I can tell you that LR is going to be probably somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000. And then the CR is going to be somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000.
Any scholarships?
So we've talked with ADI, but that's another thing. Again, we got to get approval first and then possibly do some stuff with ADI. But we haven't explored any scholarships outside of that. Yes, sir.
Here, real quick, I can address that. So the Foundation Pathways Scholarship is administered by ADI, but it is open to any approved PAREA provider. So that was something that was built into contract request. So anybody who's approved to do PAREA eligible to receive funding through that scholarship.
There you go. Anything else? Do I have anything else? I don't know if I have. No, just questions. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just want to, you guys throw it out there, what you told me, the 2-year college. You guys are looking for 2-year colleges.
Oh, yeah.
Funding.
Absolutely. So something that was suggested to us by a good friend of ours at TAFAC is that talking to 2-year college, not really just 2-year colleges, but even 4-year colleges. Because I've talked to Clemson about this. I've already talked to Hopkins about this, about doing something where we can embed this in certain degrees. And then if that's the case, then most likely you can go through student loans to get something. If you're doing your actual degree. So that's could be on the horizon. That will be on the horizon once we get approved and everything else. That's kind of the next steps. Yes, sir. Absolutely. PPP. Yes, sir. Those were always fun. Doing the toll roads, pricing toll roads. Oh, dude, that was a good time. There was a PPP one. We did a diamond mine when we were in at Hopkins as well. So yeah, but no, it was Canada actually. Renault diamond mine. Well, I think I'm at my time. I don't want to take up any more than I need to. If anybody has any questions, you want to talk to me, please feel free. We'll be at the opening reception. Yeah. Did I miss anything? No, I got everything. Good. All right.
Well, we said, Josh said, we probably wouldn't be in this room today if it wasn't for Sierra who's trying to run away. So Sierra was the kind of the chair, the head of this trainee supervisor committee that NAA has created. It's definitely, I really enjoyed it, the role there, but Sierra, it has, I've had the thought cross my mind multiple times, how instrumental you've been in creating a venue where people get together and those early meetings, I remember, you know, it was kind of, I can't find a supervisor and here's some strategies or some tactics to try to find a supervisor. And that's about the only way to get this credential that you need to get into this profession. It's been really encouraging to hear from some of the practicum courses that are now available today. PAREA, you know, hats off to the Institute that kind of led the way and has been there. At this point, we've known that others could come as well. Yes, thank you, Paul. It's just encouraging to see multiple ways that we can get clear this barrier. My thing all along has been, we need to remove barriers that are unnecessary without lowering the standards to become a competent and effective appraiser. And so, anyway, a lot of that to say, but this trainee committee has been wonderful. So Sierra, thank you for getting off the ground. Wanted to catch it before they snuck out. With that, awesome. With that, our last speaker is going to be Josh. Might be the smartest one in the room, I don't know, but maybe we'll take a poll on that after he's done, and we can compare speakers. But just kidding. Josh's going to talk to us about Workfile information. There are requirements for Practicum and working with a specific supervisor. I sit on our state board. We review Workfile product and work that gets done. Josh, I've heard talk about this topic. Very helpful to know, not just to try to get into the profession, but as you're a practitioner and an active appraiser, invaluable information to make sure you're complying, and none of us want to go to appraiser jail. So with that, Josh, keep us out of prison.
Okay. Good. So we've heard a lot of different things today. So what are some of your takeaways from the other speakers?
Did y'all work on Saturday classes?
Okay, Saturday classes. All right, a lot of different options for getting your license, getting in the door. All right, what else? Assessors' offices hire a lot of appraisers. What else did you hear about? Right, so a lot of different types of appraisals, right? Intended uses, a lot of different types of assignments, not just the residential mortgage space, which is what everybody seems to focus on, but there's this whole world of opportunity. I often find myself in classes reminding appraisers that we are a really skilled bunch of professionals, and sometimes we're just using a fraction of the potential there. So keep your brains open and your ears open for all sorts of different opportunities. What else? While Cherish was speaking, I think I heard other folks at the same time. What was the other? Ghosting, yeah, that is a dark side of the profession that we've got. Yeah, isn't it? It's kind of a shameful part of the profession, but you know, we'd expect nobody would be doing that, but it does happen. It's not, you know, it's not like every appraiser does.
There was one thing that the different avenues.
In multiple states, so reciprocity, you know, getting your license in one state and then having this quicker turn time, so to speak, quicker application to get your license in another state, and you can actually operate in multiple states as well going forward. There are some people, and I think it was hinted at in some of the presentations, that will get their license in one state and then do reciprocity to the state they want to actually operate in because it's faster and, you know, process faster, but, so sometimes you can hear about those. Anything else?
The personal property.
Yes, personal property appraising and international appraising, and I didn't like pay Eric to make that comment, but that's gonna work right into this because I just taught a group of personal property appraisers, which is not my space, but they asked me to teach them on a Workfile. Just a few months ago, I presented to them, and I made some different examples for them and things, but that's what we're talking about. You know, we're hearing all about getting licensed, getting this training, but what happens in the work itself, right? What happens in the work itself? And one of the pieces that gets ignored quite a bit is the Workfile. And so I know Jeff mentioned he is on Utah's board. I have been on the Colorado board, and we also, my firm, I am an appraiser. We do consulting on that out in the field, and one of the pieces of work, parts of our business that we do is we assist states if they have a backlog or if they have some tough cases or things like this. And the Workfile is sometimes pretty bare bones. I see Pam nodding her head. She works as a mentor in Texas, or she contracts as a mentor in Texas and has a lot of experience. What is the Workfile? Well, first of all, how many of you have taken your QE? Your qualifying education? Sorry. Okay, stay with her. For appraisal, for being an appraiser. Yeah, your qualifying education. Yeah, your qualifying education is that training education. You'll never take it again. You'll always take continuing education after that, unless your state slaps your hand and says you need to retake it. But hopefully that will never happen. So what's Workfile? I mean, I saw these hands go up. Say, I took my qualifying education. So what's Workfile? Yes, Tia.
Documents that why you came up with that value and how you got to that.
All right, here, go ahead. Just you take it over. No, that's exactly right. It's that supporting documentation. Yes. Yes, and it helps to show how you fulfilled your scope of work. At the beginning of your assignment, it's in so many different types of assignments. You collect all this information, you figure out this is the plan of attack, which is your scope of work. And then we should be able to look in the Workfile and see we fulfilled the scope of work that was necessary for this assignment. So it's this record, right? It's our records, and it's, anyone remember the rule in USPAP? What's it called? It's not called the Workfile rule. I'm here representing myself. That's all this is. What's the rule in USPAP for the Workfile? It's the record keeping. It's the record keeping rule. I always want to call it the Workfile rule. It's the record keeping rule. Record keeping rule. So I want to tell you a story out of Colorado. So I was asked to take part in this investigation as a contractor. And there was a supervisor who would not give access to the Workfile materials to his trainee. What are your thoughts?
Violation.
Violation, okay. All right, well, let's, yeah. You don't want to get in that situation, do you? Now, let's say the trainee wasn't named in any of the reports. Is there evidence that this trainee performed anything having to do with those assignments to even give them any right to look at the Workfile? If they use what?
If they use a personal device, they confirm that they did actually do that.
They might have some evidence if they use maybe their phone to do some of the inspection, data collection thing, but this was a challenge for the state. Right, so now we have problems, well outside of Workfile, we have problems in the report itself, but this was a real challenge. And I want to share the Workfile information here for not just good practice, not just compliance, but to keep you out of hot water and headaches. Anyone have we had a few people with supervisors. Anyone like their supervisor? Okay. Do you ever like someone, but 6 months later, there's a huge problem, business wise, personal wise? I'm not saying mother and son, because I don't wanna create a rift here. But the point is, use some good business practices to enforce what you need to do, like setting up contracts and agreements with your supervisor. All right, maybe contracts around signing logs, how often, we're gonna meet every week. Now that's not technically part of the Workfile, but it relates to it. Maybe it's, I need to be able to see every report before it goes out, so I can see I'm named in it. Things like this, so we'll talk about it, but I've got this sort of unofficial Workfile motto. All right, and remember back to Tiara's comment, it's all the support, it's all the information, it's all your Excel sheets, it's all your MLS pages, it's all the county records, it's everything that supports what you did. So if you see it, save it. So if you're on a website and you're looking at that web page, print it to PDF. Why else are you looking at it if not because it has some value to your process, right? It was a step in your process. And this is where it can be very tough for appraisers with very bad habits. They don't save the steps, they don't save their work, and something gets turned into the state, and the state in many cases has to open an investigation if they see certain merit with it. And oops, did the website change from 2 years ago? I mean, it's great if you have some sort of guarantee it will never change, but I don't think you're gonna find that on any websites, right? So, yeah.
As a 1950s house in FHA, it can't have leaky paint. And the seller didn't like that I called that out, so he turned me into the state.
Yeah, so it can be turned in for any reason.
At the state of Texas, if you could any check the entire about any mistake, errors, anything. And it was about this.
And some okay, yeah, bro. Less numbers. The system will change, the photos will be removed. They changed information, the concessions are now reported correctly or differently. So if you see it, save it. If you state it or summarize it or somehow put it into your report, you need to have the support in your Workfile. All right, you need to have the support. And then the final, the third piece of this sort of unofficial saying here, could a peer reach similar results using my Workfile material? So think of it this way. If you gave your Workfile to someone, you locked them in a room, they can't get any other information, could they see exactly what you did? And could they follow similar steps, come to similar results? It's not going to be the same and identical, of course, but could they see your story? And that's essentially what a state regulator is going to do if there's a problem. They're going to open up your Workfile and they're going to say, well, let me take a look and see if I can connect A to B to C to D to E to F all the way to Z to the end where your opinion of value is concluded. They're going to try to see all of those pieces. All right, so we want to really make sure that we've got it together. So it's really easy to take that, well, may not be easy, but we take that 15-hour USPAP class and we have no perspective on what it is we're actually doing. So this is a real important part. It's sort of like that annoying math teacher that says, show your work. This is essentially save your work, okay? Save your work. So let's take a look at a few key points, all right? This is sort of the truncated version of the 4-hour class that we teach. All right. It is required that we have a work file. If we're performing an appraisal assignment or an appraisal review assignment, it is required that we have a work file. All right, so we need to save that work, and we'll take a look at some common components that are going to go into it. So we're not just talking concept here, but we can talk actual things like MLS pages, things like that we mentioned. When do we need to have the work file complete? Before you send it. All right, before you send it. So can we have that pile of folders on the corner of our desk and say, well, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the county records for all those at some point in the future. First of all, we know we're never gonna pull those up. We're never getting back to it, right? We do it while we do it. In other words, if we're seeing it, we're saving it. Because if we looked it up to verify something, print it out, label it however you label your files, and put it away in your folder. All right, these next two items, it's a little bit, the way it's written in USPAP, there's several bullet points, but we can think of it as records of our reports are required and the support that we talked about. All right, so if we have written reports, which is most of what we would do, we need copies of those. So whatever we sent to the client, we need copies of it. If it's oral reports, we would have some sort of written record or transcript or something. Yes, sir. It's not nearly as common as written reports. Oral reports, an example of an oral report. An oral report would be when you are communicating the opinion of value or the appraisal by words, right? Spoken. All right, and I say that not because we can't figure that out by oral report, but because if we're just speaking about a written report, that's different. But an oral report is when it has nothing to do with a written report and we are actually speaking the written report to them, speaking the conclusions to them. So that's what we mean by oral report. And it doesn't happen much, but let's say we had an attorney call us and engage us and they say, you know what, Eric, not really sure of my strategy yet, but I need to know what this property's worth. And that's going to tell me sort of which direction to strategize and work this case. So then you call that attorney up and say, well, and you give an oral report according to standards rule 2.4, and then they may say, well, okay, you know what, it's not going to work for us really well, so stop. That's all I need. I'm going to go a different direction. Or they might then say, okay, Eric, would you write up a written report? That type of thing. So that's an example of an oral report, but it doesn't come up in lending situations. Doesn't come up in many other situations. In fact, in lending situations, lending institutions are required where I work. So yeah, so we're documenting that report, that written report or oral report, and then the other sort of stuff in your work file is the support. All of the searches, all of the data, all of the data crunching, all of your Excel sheets, all of the analytical tools that you might have used, all of the fact sheets you may have collected and things about various properties, all of the market data, everything. So just remember, if you are looking back, and all of you have a copy of PSPAC, right? You have that from your qualifying education. If you ever were to look back, and hopefully you do, if you were to look back, you'll see several bullet points, but those two starred ones are sort of summarizing. There's two concepts you capture in Workfile: copies of the reports, and then the support for all of your conclusions and analysis and data. Okay, how long do we keep it for minimum?
3 years.
I heard 3 years, I heard 5 years.
It's 5 years or 2 years after any court disposition.
Okay. Yeah, there's an extra 2. I feel like an auctioneer. It's like 7, no. Yeah, 5 years is sort of the general way to understand it, right? 2 years, if you gave testimony related to that appraisal, then you would have to watch that case, and as you said, sir, final disposition of that case, you add 2 years onto the end of that, and then it's either 5 years or whatever that due date is, whichever's longer, you have to wait it out. But if there is no testimony, if you've given no testimony, then it's the 5 years, but take a look at your state regulations. Some states could have additional timeframes. So you always want to be very familiar. Where do you go to take a look at your state regulations? Your board's webpage. Easiest way to find it. There's probably going to be something that says laws or statutes, and there's something that probably says something like rules or regulations, right? And so there's those 2 layers. All right. Where does your work file have to be? What form does it have to be in? What format? What media? Any kind you want to do. So I could save just electronic. Could I just save it all paper? Hard copy. Okay. All right. What if I just said it was the county web page for the zoning, the county zoning web page? Could I just refer it? I saw a yes. I saw someone nodding yes. Okay, it's subject to change, and then I have these other people. So the other people saying no. You can, yes, reference locations, but here's the warning, which some of you are voicing. I think of it this way: if you can control that data and you're referring to the location, wonderful. If you are not in control of it, I would never recommend you reference it. So here's what a good reference would be. I keep office files of research and analysis. We did a study on proximity to university. I don't want to have to redo that. I'm going to save that in my office files because that was a lot of work. And now I'm doing an appraisal on a property near university. I'm going to just reference, say it's an office file this, or it's however I would reference it. I know for our office policy, I'm not deleting that file. But if I start referencing the zoning page of a county website, I cannot control that. So that is where the risk, you run that risk. And again, you can reference other people's websites and data. It's just not necessarily a good idea to do it. But interestingly, that is sometimes what can save an appraiser when you start taking a look at state investigations. Because even though we do assist states, anytime there's not a conflict, and we're faced with a question from an appraiser, we actually scour their report and other materials in the work file for any references. So we say, well, you didn't print out the MLS sheets, but you referenced the MLS number. So if you reference, you are allowed to retrieve it. All right, so, but you don't want to be in that position to have to scour through and see any way that you're allowed to retrieve it. Yes. Yeah, a screenshot of county zoning. For example, a lot of counties will have websites with GIS maps for the zoning. So you can actually, screenshot it. I'm very, maybe I'm type A, I don't know. But I will screenshot, let's stick to that. I screenshot from the one corner to the other, so I get the date and time from my computer screen. That's version 1, and then I do a nicer one of just what I need to capture, and that's the one I click the report. So it looks less messy in the report. It's cleaner. Yes, here in the report.
As a state.
You can reference the website. You can, right? I would not say it's a good idea. And here's an example of why. So the suggestion or the idea of looking to other scholarly works and other types of references, website, the date, whatever the company name is or whatever. But but it could change, right? But you're saying, oh, it was as of this date, fine. Let's say you do get that state investigation. And they say, you have 10 days to provide your work file. And you discover that webpage has changed. Say, okay, well, all right, I'm gonna call the zoning department and I need them to pull up some archived information. And they say, well, it's gonna take us 30 days. So, no,
But you got a screenshot, like you said, but if you have a screenshot, that's a mistake.
oh, I see. So you're saying if with the image scenario, yeah, you're good because you're showing, that's why I captured the top and the bottom. It shows the web address, shows the source, I went to the right source, shows of course what you're saying is there, and then the date and time. So yes, but when I was thinking that, I was thinking like a document as a footnote or something. No, you're good. I think we're on the same page.
So what you're talking about.
So if you're on a web page, let's say you're on a GIS web page, and so you're at a web page, right? So the top shows the web address in your web browser, and the bottom shows the date and the time on your computer.
The screenshot.
Well, you can, in screenshots, usually you can control what you're grabbing. So I'm suggesting grab the whole thing, and then if you want a cleaner version, just snipping tool, yeah, snipping tool. Okay, so we know if we reference the location, we just need to be smart and safe about it. Now, what's interesting in USPAP is it's the workfile is sort of I want to say sort of a concept, right? You could reference all sorts of things and then you sort of retrieve it all and fit together. You know, most of the time people either have it in a physical folder and there's a few references or something, or it's on, you know, the cloud in an electronic folder. And so, but just don't get too carried away with, you know, too anxious about the location. You could have part cloud and part paper. Right? So you could do, as long as you know what your policy and protocol is, and you can retrieve it. All right, so don't, you know, at this moment, at this time, you're going to have different supervisors, you're gonna have different practices, but you need to be understanding what is your process and maybe sort of, well, what is my process going to be when I'm on my own or when I join a firm or something. And you don't want to be changing it every single day, right? You want to be consistent, always consistent with that. Because invariably, the complaint that gets filed for whatever reason is going to be the one that you forgot to save something, right? And don't ever, well, let me tell you a story. Texas, I got a call. I may have told a few people this before, but this was a few years ago. I get a call. It's an appraiser, trainee appraiser, and I could tell he was just about in tears. I mean, I could tell he was overwhelmed. You know how when you're just hearing someone talk, that voice is shaking. You can almost hear the tears coming out or welling up. And he told me he had just sent in his application to, I guess, the TALCB, and they had asked him for a few work files from his experience log. He didn't have a work file for one. So what do you think he did? Created one. Wait a second. What is that? Don't ever misrepresent anything as being part of your work file if it wasn't. That's probably a problem with ethics, right? Well, this person had to train for 6 more months and then reapply, which I thought was actually generous, considering that was the first time they had actually experienced this person and it was with lying. But okay, now who needs to have custody of the work file?
Whoever signs, that's fine.
Whoever signs it, okay. Whoever works on it, okay, so now, oh, we have 2 different answers here. There could be more people working on it than signing it, right? What else? Okay, so if you were mentioned in the report with providing assistance, or if you signed it, all right. This is what happens when you ask questions on Facebook. You're getting all these different answers. I don't know which one is right here, right? Okay, but no, Joanne, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to. Okay, here's a good question. Can you store them in iCloud? If it's cloud storage, I mean, I don't, iCloud is like Dropbox. Is that? Yeah, you sure can. I always recommend that people know, just in general, what the security policies are of those, making sure, well, what happens if my credit card doesn't, it declines, is my storage wiped out? Right, so know a little bit about what's going on, and especially with electronic storage, 2 places. Why tempt fate, right? 2 places, okay. But back to this, you guys can't distract me. We have 3 different answers here right now, and we're getting to the bottom of this. Who? I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay, anyone who provides significant assistance in the report, all right? Okay, now we're back to the signature, meaning you keep the records. They're responsible. Okay, would you believe me if I told you, technically, an appraiser does not need to have custody of the work file. And I'm doing this to shock you. I'm doing this to really communicate there's a lot of ways, and you want to make sure you have a safe way, especially as a trainee. All right, so any appraiser having work file obligations, like people who sign or are named as providing assistance, must have either custody or they must have arrangements to have access, retrieval, access and retrieval of that, okay? How does it usually look? Supervisor would ordinarily always have access and, always have custody, so of course they have access to it. All right, and then sometimes a trainee has custody as well, or they have some arrangement that, okay, if I need to see it, I can get it. Do you think it's good to have a verbal agreement with the supervisor, or do you think it's good to have a written agreement? Have it in writing. Have it in writing. Colorado case.
Copy.
Keep your copy, exactly. And we'll see some like questions as we move through that will kind of reiterate that. Okay, so let's take a look at some questions. Some of these are similar. I know all of you read through the 367 FAQs regarding USPAP, so I'm sure they're all familiar, but all joking aside, we have made some changes because we just wanted to have a little bit more of a trainee supervisor feel to this. Okay, so if 2 appraisers sign the appraisal report, must both keep a copy of the work file? No, but we learned that's the technical answer, right? We know it's still a good idea, yes, you do, but theoretically, 2 appraisers could work on an assignment, and they could actually hire another firm, a law firm, a company, another individual to say, hey, keep our work files. I mean, that's technically what could happen. It's not common, but I just want you to understand that, yes, good practice to have both. And as a trainee, you need to have an understanding of how you get access if you don't have that automatic custody of it. All right. What if one was a trainee or a junior appraiser? Does it change what we're talking about? What if you're in a state like Colorado where there is no trainee license? There's no trainee credential. Yeah, we're the Wild West, Colorado. It's how it used to be till what? I don't know, 8-10 years ago.
Would it be I mean, I know it's necessary, like act file in Colorado, but
So think of appraiser as a concept in USPAP, not a credential. USPAP is not tied to any credentials. So when we're talking about people who have workfile obligations or appraisers who have workfile obligations, it's that anyone acting as an appraiser. So the trainee is included whether they have a credential number or not. As a matter of fact, the new URAR reports that everyone's talking about, there's a, it's very fluid and dynamic, and you say there is no credential for that training, and then boom, the field disappears because they understand there's some states like that. But yeah, it is very Wild West. There are trainees and supervisors. It's just that the state doesn't look at that until they receive the application. Everything happens without regulation until the application takes place. Okay, let's take a look at another one. Really good ideas and thoughts, right? Are you starting to see where we have minimums in USPAP, and that doesn't mean it's good practice every time, right? Minimums, bare bones. All right, company I work for retains copies of my appraisal work. Does this comply with the record keeping?
Only if you set up access.
If you set up access. So you join this firm, it's got 2,300 employees. Some of them are appraisers, and are you in any position to say to them, well, how do I take a look at my work files? Of course you are. Yes, you are. You are in a position to ask them, and then to kind of, I would recommend, sending an email. Thanks so much for having that conversation with me as I understood it, and lay it out if they don't have it in writing for you, right? Okay, during an assignment, spoke to my client about my research on some initial opinions. Let's say it was a really complicated highest and best use, and I came to a conclusion to this point. I haven't finished the appraisal. The client then canceled the assignment before I completed the appraisal. Since there was no appraisal performed, which is correct, there was no appraisal performed. There was an appraisal assignment established, but I didn't finish the appraisal, which is the process, and no appraisal report was ever transmitted. Do I have to have a work file? It's not completed. I never came to a number. Okay, we would say good idea, maybe not have to. Yes, it's required, I hear. What else? What else? I mean, it's either yes or no, I assume, but what do you think? Any other yeses, nos? No? Okay, nos, put your hand up. Okay, yeses, let's say, just so I can get a visual. And then we have some that have opinion, which is unusual in a room of appraisers. Okay, so do I have to keep a work file? The answer is yes. We were to, I'm not going to pull up my copy of USPAP. Anyone have USPAP on your phone? Okay, we got one appraiser nerd. It's good company. I call myself appraiser nerd, a USPAP nerd. There's Stephanie's on her note-taking. Yeah, I would, if you find your copy of USPAP collecting dust on your shelf, I would say you're not opening it, right? And the reason I'm saying this is, if we look at the first sentence of the record keeping rule, it says for each appraisal assignment and appraisal review assignment, an appraiser must retain a work file. It doesn't say for each completed appraisal assignment or appraisal review assignment. Okay, now I will admit that over the years it's kind of gray. There's different discussions. Some people say, well, the service was never provided, so a service is related to the definition of assignment. But if we take a look at the Appraisal Standard Board's guidance, there is an FAQ, and I think a plain reading of the rule itself anyway does establish that you need it. And think of the practical reason. Let's say you get an assignment for it 3 months later for the same property. What do you need to do when you have performed services in the last 3 years on that subject property? Yep, disclose the prior service. So from a record keeping standpoint and a disclosure perspective, it makes sense to keep that, but again, plain reading of the record keeping rule supports the appraisal standards board's guidance. Okay, that yes, we keep it on a canceled assignment. That's the key. Okay, to satisfy the record keeping rule, do I have to make a photocopy of the finished appraisal report that was sent to the client? Yeah, you can have electronic. This is actually the way the FAQ is written, and I think it's a trick question. It doesn't have to be a photocopy. It needs to be some sort of copy. But I think they actually keep it in there because of longtime appraisers who may have always been taught photocopy when it was only paper. But it can be electronic. Does a true copy of reports, like we're talking about, does it have to include the signature on the certification? Yes, because that would make it a true copy. Otherwise, it's not what you delivered to the client. So you need to keep a copy of what you delivered. Many times software will help you do that as well, help retain that. But you have to understand how your software is working. So let's say co-appraiser and I work on appraisal assignments together. The co-appraiser retains the work files, and I currently have access to that computer system. Maybe it's a cloud drive. The co-appraiser can remove my access credentials at any time. Are there any scenarios where USPAP would not require him or her to allow me access? So let's say she took me off access and I can't get to that cloud storage. Is there any scenario where I came to her and say, hey, I want the copy of that work file, where she could say no and not violate this? We hear that she could never do that. Anyone think she could ever say no to me? I need a copy of that co-appraiser, and she says no. Could she ever be right?
No.
She could. She could.
The record keeping is.
Well, it could relate to confidentiality, but since you worked on the assignment, it probably wouldn't. But the record keeping rule lays out when an appraiser must provide access to the work file to other appraisers, and it's not an all-extensive, all-inclusive list. So for my example of university study, if I left that firm and I say, hey, could I have it? And she says no, she's entirely within her rights to say no. If it's for regulatory reasons, she has to. And if it's for a court order, she has to. And record keeping rule gives just some others, including arrangements that have been made between the parties. So do we have a written arrangement with our supervisor, co-appraiser, appraisal firm, whatever it is? Because otherwise they can say no. They say it's not regulatory, it's not due process of legal, or a peer review committee. That was the one I was missing, peer review. And we were talking about peer before, but anyway, have a written agreement. Have a written agreement. Okay. Now, let's say I provide some market trend results to my client. I call up and I say, hey, did you know this is going on in the market? So it's some sort of conclusion. I've analyzed some data and I give them some conclusion. Do I need to have support? Yes. Yes. So if you're reading the record keeping rule, it will say for any reports or other communications. And that means something short of a report. You can't make things up off the top of your head. Okay. Can I start the work file at the time of agreeing to perform the assignment, retain items as I go, and then after I deliver the report, I print off the MLS sheets? No. No. No, that does not comply with minimum standards. Does it matter how I destroy documents? Does USPAP tell me how to destroy them after retention? By the way, you can keep them longer. It's a minimum retention period I'm talking
That's a business decision, not a use tax.
Yes, business decision. We can go over the ethics rule. We need to protect the confidential nature of client appraiser relationship. Okay. All right, and again, minimum period. I'm just going to move on so we can get to just a couple of summary slides, but minimum period applies to the appraiser retaining. It doesn't mean someone can't sue you 8 years later. That's why some appraisers choose to keep files longer. We have a 3rd generation appraisal firm in my town, and before they moved offices, shouldn't have touched something, I guess, here. Before they moved offices, in the basement, they had 50, 60, 70 years of appraisals. And when they moved, the newest appraiser said, yeah, we're not doing that. But here's just some examples here. Well, take a question, just some examples. Every assignment's different, but the key is the support and the data, not do I have an extensive checklist. Eric?
I have, so I see there. So are you like screenshotting all like keep photos if I'm communicating like a homeowner or something like that, or someone that's involved with it? Like I'll screenshot, but I don't actually include that in the work file. Is it saying you can include that in the work file?
You can include these. These are suggestions. These are common components. But sometimes it's not necessary. You make one little phone call and you write in the margins, you know, called, they said this. Other times, maybe you collected a lot of significant information. It's a 30-minute phone call with the county assessor or building or whatever. Maybe then you send them a confirming email. Thanks so much for taking my call. If there's anything else, let me know. Now you've documented maybe what you talked about. You documented the fact that the call took place, and they had an opportunity to say to me, or to say to you, Eric, we didn't have a phone call. What are you talking about? Why are you making this up, right? So, but it documents that it took place. So these are sort of suggested items.
And I'm sorry.
And a few more. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So this is something that you probably, but for me, like when I've done some of the work files, like on it has different information. Then I'll look somewhere else, and then it has work for MLS report and a card report and like this. So in that situation, what would you do? Like what would you do?
Okay. So this is a good question. MLS says one thing, county record says another. So first, we're talking really about verification here. Yes, we're storing that all in the work file, and if it's some complex reason, we jot it down. But in the end, really what the record keeping rule says is we need the data information necessary to support our conclusions. So sometimes, you know, every single storyline isn't laid out if it's apparent looking at the items. However, let's say we've got, what I do want to note about that is sometimes we look for a third tiebreaker, like let me look at an aerial, let me look at the shape of the house, let me look at photos, and it tips the scale for believing one over the other. Right, that's part of our verification. You did mention, should I call the county? I would just, this is knowing your areas. I can't tell you exactly what to do on every single situation, but just be cautious against calling a county and saying your square footage is wrong, because you are the last person, you don't want to be that person, I guess I'll say, to increase their assessed value and then their taxes. So sometimes you have to be very careful, especially if you have an ADU. And you're saying, hey, is an ADU legal at 123 Elm Street? And they're like, oh, why? Is this one? Oh, we need to go enforce that. And no, you can ask, under this zoning, is an ADU allowed? And you can be a little bit more challenging. So, yeah, someone can, people have gotten sued for revealing to the assessor. For revealing it to the assessor. Yeah.
Yes, general question.
Yeah, just be careful, you know, and think of the consequences there. Other questions? All right, I'm up here. If you'd like a card, I can get you cards. And then here's my contact information for the office. And would be happy to answer any questions. You can close us out, Jack.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, John. Anybody who's ready to listen to a really prolonged sermon from me, raise your hand. Somebody's gonna come smack you upside of the head. A big thank you to our sponsors, LIA, Banks Valuation. Thank you to you all for being here. Josh, thank you. I think our other presenters had some conflicts. I just wanted to remind about it coming up at 5:30. We've got the opening reception. We'll be out in the main presentation hall. Barry asked us to announce for any first-time conference attenders, come and get a water bag. This thing's killing me. I'm not going to make jokes about it. But at the NAA booth, there's some swag. Come and get it. There's some other swag. Come say hi. I'd love to have you join if you haven't asked questions about NAA membership, what it looks like as a trainee or a certified appraiser. There's options for both. But with that, thank you for being here. Hope you enjoy the rest of the time in the conference and have a good evening. Thank you. Yeah.